So this is the famous meteor crater in Arizona. I got approximately 26,000 years old here. I don't know if that's correct. Most of the estimates I've seen are 40 to 50,000 years. I think there have been some studies suggesting it's a little younger though, like at the age I've got here. The age is not so important right now. The main thing is to understand is that this was created by the impact of an iron object. So interestingly, it was about the same size as the Tunguska object. So it kind of gives us a means of comparison. And of course, the difference being the much greater density of the meteor crater in Arizona. That meteorite is why it hit the ground and created this hole in the ground that's just obvious to anybody, and why Tunguska did not create a hole in the ground like this. So estimates here were about 20 megatons. So given that the estimate for the Tunguska, I used 15 megatons because that's the one usually cited, but there have been estimates up to 30 megatons for the total energy released by the Tunguska event. I think most of the estimates that I've seen range from around 12 to up to 30 megatons. I kind of stayed the more conservative side, which is 15 megatons, which I think is closer to the majority of the estimates, but certainly it gives some idea, gives one the idea of the destructions involved. So we're going to just run through here looking at just a gallery of some various impact craters. Along
Something
with
wrong with Adrian, bro.
some
Thanks for being
sense of the energies released. So Lonar, India has a lake in it, about 500,000 years old. It's 1.1 miles in diameter, so that's certainly bigger than the meteor crater, which was the one we just looked at, which is 3/5 of a mile in diameter. So this is just roughly about twice the diameter. And I've got there 20 megatons, which is actually on the conservative side. It might be closer to 25 or even 30 megatons. That happens to be about roughly 1,400 Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs exploding at once, just to give you some sense of the power. This is in Ontario, Holaford crater. Now this one is very obscure. It's almost more of an astrolabe.
Toad, what's up,
It's definitely a star, but it's healed a long ways.
You guys are the best.
Obviously become eroded, infilled with sediment, but you can certainly see the circularity of it. And it's a very old one, so that's consistent with its degree of erosion. As it says here, diameter 1.46 miles. At that point,
Well, dude, you know, I'm changing my perspective. I'm like living the dream.
So now we're getting up into the range of Sarbaba, which I remember I said was 55 megatons, which was the largest hydrogen nuclear bomb ever tested by during.
You know, I've had a lot of dreams, and one of them was to play GoldenEye and lift weights as a living. So let's do it. I need to get really good at Super Mario 64. You know what else? I might go for Dan 52. I'm not even memeing.
This is like again a star, an impact star, an astroblade literally translates as star moon.
I honestly might do Dan 52 attempt streams. Be insane.
The BP structure in Libya, which is about 120 million years old, almost 2 miles in diameter. So it's going to be about 125 megatons, right in that range. Some of these are old. Here's a better shot of the same BP structure, maybe with some recalculations, because probably the other one was an older version, because I've been putting these things together maybe for 25 years, so sometimes I update them, and then other times I don't update them, and some of the
Thanks, guys and gals. You are the best.
in the process, but the point here is not the precise details of this, but in this case, what we're looking at is to try to get a general concept of the energies involved. I've always been fond of this. Steiner Nation in Germany, about 14.8 million years old, 2 miles in diameter. There's actually 2 villages built right inside the crater. And notice the flatness of it in the farmland. It shows that the crater has been infilled with a lot of sediment. So this would have been roughly about 8,000 Hiroshima bombs exploded at one time. Coming up right crater in central Ontario. also about 2 miles in diameter. Now, a lot of craters in Canada, and I think one reason for that is that because of the
Canada sucks, that's why.
glaciations over Canada, a lot of the upper layers of the bedrock.
Even space hates Canada.
And so they kind of exposed some of the astrobleeds that might otherwise be more obscured under
Oh, that makes more sense.
top layers of rock. And you'll notice that a lot of them do have lakes in them, and here you can very clearly see the circularity. This is probably the inner part of the crater. There may have been a raised rim around here. Chub crater north of Quebec, also about 2 miles in diameter. It's an almost perfectly circular lake. This is Flint Creek structure in Tennessee, which is kind of in our backyard. And this is probably one of the 34th parallel chain of craters, which we're going to look at and talk about in detail. Because right across from east to west in the mid-central region of the United States, there's an interesting array of craters and crypto explosion structures that are almost aligned in a pattern. Some of them are proven to be impact. Now this is the Flint Creek structure. This is just a digital elevation model, but very clearly the central uplift feed shows up. The rim is highly distorted, probably because of tectonic processes, because it's a very old, about 360 million years old. 2.2 miles in diameter.
Guys, should we leave a nice note on Baron's grandfather's memorial page? Should we do that on stream? I think we're gonna do that on stream. I'm not doxing Baron, but let's do it on stream. I think my truest feelings will come out if I do it on stream, without being an asshole. I think I know what I want to write.
3 miles in diameter. The remnant of the central uplift is an island. Notice how the rim has been so obscured and eroded. Well, for 2 reasons for that. One, the glaciation.
I don't want to be an ass though.
And then the
Whatever, I'm gonna write it.
glacier and very vigorous meltwater currents also contributing to further extreme erosion. But the feature is still there, and it can actually be roughly dated, but it's less than 250 million years old. So, Pilot Crater, Northwest Territories, again, we're looking at Canada, 3.6 miles in diameter, explosive energy, over 1,000 megatons now, 1,060 megatons. And this is based upon a simple formula that only gives you approximately a ballpark idea of the energies, and it's basically a formula that's derived from known impacts and nuclear explosion energy released, craters produced, etc., to come up with a simple ratio between crater size and impact energy. But of course, there's a lot of variability in there, depending on the nature of the impactor, its velocity, the nature of the target material, and so on. So this is only just a rough approximation, but it does give you the idea, get you in the ballpark. Decaturville, Missouri, diameter 4 miles, that puts us up there again in that 1,000 plus megatons.
Oh god, what's up, man? What's up, thanks, man. I brushed my teeth, I flossed, I shaved, I showered. I'm nice and clean. My god, it feels so good to floss and brush your teeth. My teeth. I just feel so fresh. What's up, man? How you doing, bro? Yeah, I played Aztec for 12 hours yesterday. It's too much. It's too much. No, you did not. You did not just sub. Are you serious, Kaido? What? Get the fuck out of here. What? Dude, what? Legend, man. What? Thank you, man. Are you serious, dude? That's really amazing. You don't feel, you don't feel obligated, but thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. What? The Kaido's is fucking legend, man. On PayPal. Nice. Yes.
This particular crater when he was killed in a bizarre.
Enjoying the streams. Thanks, homie. What? Fucking legend, man.
I don't have the size of this, so let's see. I might have it.
Finland, man. Kaido.
La Moinieri.
I just said Finland because you were talking about Finland today and the difference between Finland and America. America is kind of crazy. Canada's more reserved. Finland and Canada are a little more similar. But yeah, America, I feel like anything can happen at any time. It's the country where literally anything can happen. Oh, other than like India. Probably, yeah. I think it's a latitude thing. Finland looks a lot like Canada, just for infrastructure and everything, except for the city. Helsinki looks amazing. Like forests, yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, man. But Finland, man, Helsinki's so nice and clean. Yo, thanks, man. Dude, I'm actually... I was thinking of going back to some facility now that I'm a little better at GoldenEye than I was before. Because I saw Samuel got 57, and I was thinking, I think I could do that. I think I can get sub 1 minute, finally. Yeah, we do. Thanks, man. Yo, thanks for that sub. What? And we got the bar going. Thanks, man. Dude, you're the fucking man. You rule, bro. Thank you, man. We got the vape. We got the glass. Actually, I might do a lifting stream in a couple hours. That's why I said a couple hours. How's your sets going? Sub 1? Yeah, I have 1 minute right now, right? I duped it like 5 times on 00. Not open door. Man, thanks for the sub, dude. What? Thank you, bro. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's really awesome.
Check this out. 6 miles, 5,300 megatons. Assumedly in Africa. 6.5 miles.
Man, I was exhausted after playing 12 hours of this level.
Now we face Saskatchewan, diameter 7.2 miles.
Honestly, I might do 4 stuck today. I don't know. I don't know. I lied. Like, this is way faster than fucking the 4 stuff, though. Buildings like his shelf, putting the finishing touches on my new home. Hell yeah, bro. That's awesome. Nice, man. Yeah, it's been an intense week. Astrologically, Venus was opposite Pluto, and Saturn is retrograde, which means that what's it called? Venus is about like love, and Pluto's about destruction and decrepit and death, and the destruction of the old. And the opposite alignment is we were really feeling like shit this week. And with Saturn being retrograde, Saturn's all about like hard lessons in life. And like just symbolically me being rejected by, like, professionally, I've had a lot of craziness, but friendly and spiritually, I've had insane, like, all my dreams are coming true spiritually and and friendship wise, especially on friends online like you guys and gals. It's just, so I'm rich in friends because of you.
Which I have done, but of course it'd be interesting to look, because I would think that an 18,900 megaton explosion would have to have some kind of substantial effect. It would leave residuals instead of...
No more tampon commercials for Kaido on my channel for this month.
There's a quarry. We did get
How did I not pick up the ammo? What? Like what?
we met a gentleman who had
Oh, wow.
adjacent to the roadway between the quarry. That was well suited, wasn't it? Oh, okay.
Tennessee River coming across there at the top.
Yeah. So we didn't get in here. So that's probably worth the return trip sometime. It would be really interesting to get into the quarry. We did get into the quarry, took a tour of the
This is so fast.
And that was really, I think you could really see a couple of the rocks and the very prominent and impressive.
Very accurate target. That's funny.
I'm
sorry, man.
Which is basically, extracting rock and gravel. Spider crater, 8 miles, energy 14,000. Here we go, Texas, Sierra Madera. That's a big one, 8 miles in diameter. Less than 100 million. How much less, I don't know. Maybe since I did this is an old program I did.
So good.
12, 15 years. But there may be a lot of updated information that could be incorporated into this. But at this point, again, it's not so much the exact specifics, but at least to get kind of a general idea, a general comprehension. You have never been through that,
Glass bowl and stem. So good. Ceramic bowl with glass and cotton. So good.
Need to be contacted. Stop trespassing on the property.
Ames, Oklahoma. They're 10 miles in diameter. Some of these, of course, are just rainbows because they don't really show up clearly from the surface. But again, a lot of research is ongoing, and I haven't been able to keep up with the most, up to date.
I know I haven't seen in a while of IFX. Hope he's doing all right.
10 miles in diameter is now 29,000, close to 30,000 acres. But now, this object here, explosions, we're getting, the range 3 times the entire universe. Alunga, Chad,
It's just so shit.
36,600 megatons. That's 2.4 million Hiroshima bombs going off at once. This asteroid is part of all of the impact. It looks like there's another right there. You can see it in the upper right-hand corner. And then above that, there's the third. So this could have been an object that was coming in fragmented, probably early fragmentation, and in the sense that it hadn't had much time to house the 3 objects. If they were in fact solid, if they were originally one object, then they would become separated very far. How would you say this, Kyle?
I think you have it right.
Yo, Toad, I saw you in Steve's stream late last night. I woke up really late. Woke up at like 2:30 or really early, 2:30 in the morning or something. Can Paul? Yeah, we're like no, he can chill out. He can lurk. He can do whatever. But I mean, he was like a streamer. He was a talker. He was a yeah. Or Shiva. Big Shiva. He commented on my YouTube video a few months ago. V-Bacid.
Now we're getting into the serious role.
He was really fucking close to a...
Oh, here we go. Shoemaker. Approximately 20 miles. Less than 5 million years. Yes. Which is interesting because notice I've mentioned
to a great PB on Aztec double.
5 million years ago, I would say that,
He was pacing really fast, man.
and then you go back in time to find an equivalent extinction level event. You're back at the Campbellian, as it's called, and then usually dated about 5
Yeah.
million years.
Yeah, I'm worried about him too, man.
Maybe it's just a coincidence, but maybe there isn't.
Because I woke up,
0.5 miles.
I had like a full night's sleep. I was sober, and I was... He was awake all night, drunk,
Two objects, are they simultaneous?
so I was worried. I'm not worried, but
Or
so it's okay.
I don't know. I think most of the assumptions are that it was like a twin object that they impacted simultaneously. Maybe do studies on it, showing that they were not exactly simultaneous. I don't know. But notice your west crater over here, which has a central uplift ring, is 19.2 miles in diameter, and the eastern crater is 13.2. Combined explosive energy is 400,000 megatons.
So that's like the size of the Hiawatha right there, 19.2 miles.
Now, we're now looking at certain global scale. Maybe not enough causes for 10 advanced extinguishers on KT Permian transits, but certainly enough to have global rate.
Yeah, guys, I might go for Dam 52.
Carswell, Saskatchewan, 23.5 miles.
I might do it.
600,000 megatons. There's one in
And I have a strat, not a strat, but I have a plan. Why not just play out the first boost runs?
5 billion years old.
Because both Callie and Carl had a first boost run. And just grind that out, just play that out. I know it's super rare, but 52, yeah, but why not, man, dude? I think the lookup. I don't know anything about Dam. I think I only have 153. It's not very fast, and it needed 2 boosts. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can dupe 53 a bunch of times. If I can't dupe it at all, then I might just stop going for it, but I don't know.
That it incapacitates a large section of the planetary body. Before it can fully recover, you have another one, or several more. You see, it may not be just one punch that takes it down, maybe be several.
Yeah, it's insane.
Children swing 30
Callie, who has surface 146, 147, has 1,800 or 2,400 fucking whatever, 2,053 dupes. So I mean, the numbers and odds are not in my favor. I might just see if I can dupe it. 53.
34 miles in diameter. Beaver Head.
Randall,
Yeah.
you know, you look at this ultra lists and people say global consequences. Give us an idea what those global consequences.
And I'm not as good as them.
Well, you'd have darkening of the skies. You'd probably have dense acid rain. You'd have
Like it's not even close.
regional biomass burn. You'd probably have seismic consequences and perhaps volcanic. You know, this is gonna.
What is this? Like where? Why?
Even the Gustav event caused.
Yo, Christian, what's up, man? My boy is here. His name is Christian. Go follow him. He does out fucking, what's the name of that game? He does workout streams and fucking, what's the name of that game? Begins with an O. First person shooter. Got some shooters in chat. Kaido, Christian, Dick, Toad. I'm a grinder. On Aztec, yeah. Overwatch, that's what it's called. Thanks, man. I'm a grinder, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, if I were to, we can make not a meme out of it, but we can go long hours doing it. We could do that. It's just I just like there's a window of opportunity here. Independent of I've been saying this for a few years now. There's a window of opportunity, independent of whether I'm right or wrong, my skill or not. People are getting times like Ace. He went from 137 to fucking 133. Man,
lithosphere.
I would have loved if I could get just like 137, 136, if possible,
What happens? We did
before him.
this
But it's too late.
talk about
It's over.
coming up. The possible Yellowstone hotspot being
So the window of opportunity is just closing. I feel like I can't stop now. I can't.
striking the earth.
I can't. I won't. I don't want to.
Very deep event. You're releasing the magma from down
But you know what I mean?
the lithosphere is now rising
Talking on my ass. I got 142, but whatever.
to the surface. David Ball has done some work on that, and we'll get into that, especially when we come around to sending the context.
What I mean to say is, I see this window of opportunity here.
Man and water received over 7 million megabytes. So, obviously, an event like this is going to destroy everything. Now, an event like this would probably, let's say,
He's not still alive.
in the western United States, would pretty much wipe out an area the size of the entire western United States. You have fallback debris that is yet forest.
Yo, Christian, thanks, man. I saw it's in Toronto. I'm going to apply
Dust and soot and
either tonight or tomorrow.
atmosphere is going to be,
I saw it was in Toronto, and it was a pretty specific job. Thanks, man. They're not hiring in Ottawa, unfortunately. But I see they're hiring in Toronto. I would move to Toronto, but it's up to me and my girlfriend, right? So if it was in Ottawa, I would have applied. But Toronto, I will apply, but that involves big conversation with my girlfriend and everything. But she's willing to move somewhere. She's willing to move fucking Miami. That didn't work out.
and a bottleneck might not show up. See, that's the thing about the place.
Yeah, moved to Toronto. Yeah, well said. Toad actually, sorry, I don't dox you, Toad. Someone just left Toronto.
But if that other 9%
Just don't ride the transit. Back at you, Christian. In a platonic way. What? Like, why? Dude, did you guys see the guy stabbing the little kids in like, I don't even want to talk about it, in friggin' France, in the park? I don't know if it was a false flag. It was so fucked up. You didn't see that, man? There's this guy. It was just like, it was insane. Like, we don't see anything. There's just this guy. He runs up to a park. He's got this like knife, and he starts. It looks like on the video he's just like stabbing these fucking kids. It's terrible. It's the worst thing ever. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry talking about this. This is in the news. It's the only reason I'm bringing it up. It's insane. It's so terrible. Like, it's the worst. It looks like a cartoon. It looks like a G.I. Joe episode. It's insane. Google it. I'm not gonna provide any more information, I don't think. But man, I live in Ottawa, which is in the province of Ontario. So I know you guys got like Ontario, Canada, maybe even Ontario, California, even Ontario, Florida, I think, that are like regions or cities. But in Canada, Ontario is a province, and Toronto is actually also in that province. So Ontario is a massive land size, from Windsor, which is beside Detroit, all the way to Montreal, all the way to Minnesota, all the way to Northwest Territories in the Arctic Circle. That's all Ontario. It's massive. If you want to search Ottawa, here, let me write. If you want to search Ottawa, Ottawa,
probably spawned off of a much bigger
Canada.
that might have been 50 to 100 miles in diameter that came into the inner solar system to begin this ping pong between Jupiter and the Sun. And during that process,
All those are on Ontario. Those are like those are the hubs in my city in Ottawa, mainly Ottawa.
because the Earth processes
Name of Jesus Christ! You read that? You're reading, dude. It's. And did you see the photo of the guy? He looks like a fucking. He looks like fucking the Cobra from G.I. Joe, one of his friggin' henchmen. He looks like Bigfoot. It's insane. He looks like fucking Cobra General Cobra, but the henchman is ridiculous. Yeah, they're in the same province, my man. We got a big province. Ontario is kind of like New South Wales. That's probably a good example, right? Is that the province of Melbourne and Adelaide? Ads. Oh man, I'm sorry, man. I really am.
And see, what these guys are looking at is massive evidence that makes that a very realistic.
That will be fire. For sure, man.
So
I need to find a warehouse first, though, man.
doesn't really give us the full picture because that is a specific class action. You got 100 Gyges coming in, and they're exploding in the atmosphere because let's say they're between 30 meters and 100 meters in diameter. Well, you're going to have some very serious surface consequences, but you're not going to have craters per se. All right, so we'll keep going here. We've seen some of this, so I'm not going to dwell on this. This is upheaval building, Manitowoc, KT boundaries, we've seen all that. Okay, so now we've got the map of confirmed and probable impact structures disastrally.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Sorry. Thanks for watching, man. I really appreciate that, my man.
Now, again, what I want people to really realize
I need to turn this down.
is that all of these impacts, virtually all of them are on land. There's a few, yes, we're discovering that there are a few of them on the ocean floor. But again, for every one you see on land, there should be 3 to 4 that have struck the ocean. So we need to have a more extended conversation about the consequences of those impacts. And we will. Modern science is rediscovering what our ancient ancestors knew. Periodically, planet Earth.
I should have a PB thing on my stream and the placement, I think, too. People like seeing that, even if it's in the channel, even if it's in the links. I think people like seeing that, like a stats bar. We're missing Dynamics DJ's stats. Remember all those stats, man? So much information. Oh, what's this? Why? What? Sorry. Is there anything that people want to watch? I may or may not respect that request. I'm sorry. We might watch some ancient civilization shit again, but specific to a culture. Let's do that.
Amongst all of the world's archaeological mysteries, all of the out-of-place artifacts and all of the astonishing advanced megalithic architecture, there is perhaps nothing quite so unique as the twin sites we know today as Pumapunku and Tiwanaku. This incredible World Heritage listed site is located on the high altiplano of spectacular Bolivia in South America. Tiwanaku is a sprawling enigma of a place. It's visible from miles around on the high desert plateau. It sits almost broodingly at an altitude of 12,600 feet or 3,840 meters above sea level. And it's located some 15 miles from the modern-day shorelines of what is the highest navigable lake in the world, beautiful Lake Titicaca. And there is really nothing quite like it anywhere else in the world. At first glance, Tiwanaku and Pumapunku aren't as big or as visually arresting as other ancient sites like the pyramids of Giza. Yet this place contains some of the most incredible precision megalithic stonework to be found anywhere on the planet. Work that shows clear signs of a form of ancient, advanced technology that must have been used in its creation. Who did this work is a real mystery, as the self-evident level of technological capability that's on display here. This is something that is seemingly well beyond what we know of the capabilities of the primitive people who were generally attributed with its construction. The incredible masonry here is perplexing. The technology evident in this work is essentially unexplainable from within the orthodox story of history. The origins and purpose of the architecture is only one of the many controversial conundrums and unanswered aspects of Pumapunku and Tiwanaku. And the mystery to be found on this site is only really matched by its importance and its relevance to the story of civilization in the Americas. Considered by many to be the progenitor of civilization in this region, little is truly known about this site and its original inhabitants. Mainstream opinion considers the site to be barely 2,000 years old, but this is far from a settled fact and has been the subject of heated dispute for decades amongst academics and researchers. Independent authors and researchers using techniques like astroarchaeology and cosmic alignment evidence suggest that Tiwanaku could be as much as 17,000 years old. And at least to my eyes, the site shows clear evidence of at least two technologically different levels of civilization that must have occupied and worked on this site at some point during its history. So the question emerges: is this remarkable and unique megalithic treasure the result of a hard-working yet primitive culture? A culture that existed around Lake Titicaca during the time of the Romans? Or does the site's true history go back much, much further? And is this site the inherited remnant of an advanced civilization's work? A civilization that existed deep in antiquity and one that was lost to us through cataclysm and the sands of time. My name is Ben, and you're watching Uncharted X. I hope you'll join me as I explore the mysteries, the technology, and the controversial history of the twin sites we today call Pumapunku and Tiwanaku. There is a lot to cover in that objective. There are many different aspects to this place and to its history that are worthy of exploration and investigation. I'm going to break this up into a multi-part series, and much like my investigation into the Serapeum of Saqqara, I want to take the time to give each aspect its due consideration and to approach each with an open mind to all possibilities. I'm not going to name the specific future chapters right now, but my objectives for this series are as follows. In this video, I want to give a high-level introduction to the sites, to their layout, their history, and to some of the mysteries that confront those who visit this place. I also want to show some of my personal highlights, to show some of my favourite objects and relate a couple of the stories from my various visits here. And this is what you can expect in the future videos in this series. I want to closely examine the masonry, the architecture and the features of each of the main complexes at this location. And yes, that will include a detailed review of the proposals for geopolymer use. I want to review the history of the work that's been done here and to look at the controversy over the dating of the site. In particular, I want to evaluate the life and works of Arthur Poznansky, and I'll have some more information on that specifically towards the end of this video. I also want to examine the geological history of the surrounding region and how this place connects to the amazing Lake Titicaca. And in doing so, I want to hazard some theories as to the possible original purpose of this site. So, if you like that idea, please hit that subscribe button so you can get notified when new content comes out. Please remember to give the video a thumbs up, and do please consider supporting Uncharted X via the value for value model at unchartedx.com/support. Both Pumapunku and Tiwanaku abound with stonework of astonishingly intricate design, with embedded shapes and sharp angles that seem almost playful in their complexity. These designs have been carved almost everywhere you look into the precise and clinically flat surfaces of the grey volcanic andesite blocks that have been broken and tumbled around in disarray all over the site. The jaw-dropping stonework here has also been the focus of much new scientific investigation in recent years, and several technical papers have been published on the topic. In a future video, I'm going to dedicate some time to investigate the proposals that the site shows evidence of geopolymer use in its construction, and that the andesite blocks may be a form of poured or moulded concrete. I want to acknowledge this possibility up front, as it's a topic that comes up quite a lot in comment sections on my videos. Now, I'm not saying that that is what I think they are. I'll leave my conclusions for that specific video. But the more important fact that is clear to me is that in either case, one case being these are quarried and precision carved andesite blocks, the other case being that they're some form of incredibly hard geopolymer mix that somehow creates volcanic andesite, and that they've still been shaped with incredible precision. In either case, we're talking about a lost form of ancient high technology that just isn't easily explainable from within the currently understood paradigm of history. That detailed analysis will come in a future video, but just to illustrate this point, let me briefly quote from one of the technical peer-reviewed scientific papers. In this case, my source is the website geopolymer.org. The link is in the description below. And this is talking about some of the precision-carved andesite blocks on the Pumapunku site. Quote, "They have unprecedented smooth finishes, perfectly flat faces at exactly 90 degrees interior and exterior right angles. How were such perfect cuts made with simple stone tools? They have a Mohs hardness of 6 to 7, like quartz, and even those archaeometrics people who are claiming that these artifacts were manufactured by an ancient civilization 30,000 or 60,000 years ago don't have the tool to replicate them. Archaeologists try to explain how such perfection could be achieved with simple hammerstones. However, one expert strongly disagrees. For historian architects, the making of the H sculptures remains a riddle which they cannot solve. Protzen and others explained their dilemma and stated, quoting, to obtain the smooth finish, the perfectly planar faces and exact interior and exterior right angles on the finely dressed stones, they resorted to techniques unknown to the Inca and to us at this time. The sharp and precise 90-degree interior angles observed on various decorative motifs most likely were not made with hammerstones. No matter how fine the hammerstones point, it could never produce the crisp right interior angles seen on Tiwanaku Pumapunku stonework. Comparable cuts in Inca masonry all have rounded interior angles typical of the pounding technique. The construction tools of the Tiwanakans, with perhaps the possible exception of hammerstones, remain essentially unknown and have yet to be discovered." End quote. I don't think you could find a stronger acknowledgement of the mystery that's prevalent on the site than what you've just heard. Just to be clear, that was a reference to a peer-reviewed scientific paper called Who Taught the Inca Stonemasons Their Skills? A comparison of Tiwanaku and Inca cut stone masonry, which was published in the Journal of the Society of Architectural Historians in 1997. And it's pretty much saying that the techniques used were not the same as those demonstrated by the Inca, and they were also techniques both unknown to the Inca and unknown to us today, so we don't know how they did it. Both Pumapunku and Tiwanaku are in the same general location, in a high altitude valley that runs west from Lake Titicaca and Bolivia's northern border with Peru. The archaeological site itself is a short distance from a main highway and consists of several complexes. Pumapunku is around a kilometre distant from Tiwanaku, and there is plenty of debate on whether or not they are actually the same site. So aside from Pumapunku, there are three main features or main areas of Tiwanaku, although there are more named on maps. You have the Akapana stepped pyramid, which is still only partially excavated, a condition that the entire site seems to endure. There is the sunken temple with its mysterious embedded carvings of heads in the walls, and the central idol.
That's pretty good. That provides a lot of context for people that come, even my followers. You know, it's good. I think it's good.
Much of the architecture here has been rebuilt from ruins many of the monuments and sun gates have been moved from their original locations, a topic that we'll explore in some of the future chapters. Built up around the site is a small town and also a museum that is well worth a visit, with some very interesting objects from the site itself. If you go, I hope that the lights in the museum work for you, as they certainly didn't for me. In truth, this town and much of the surrounding farmland is built directly on top of the remnants of what must have been a decently sized city. Similar blocks to the ones that we find on site are often unearthed or known to just be lying around in the surrounding fields. And I think one of the major clues to the true antiquity of the site is the fact that it appears to be quite deeply buried in a layer of clay-rich
thanks,
red
man.
topsoil,
That looks good.
which had to have
That looks good. That looks good. Thanks, man.
It does lend a certain
Nice.
beauty to the place, I'll admit, as you wander around under the just
It looks pretty good. It helps with viewers that come and
try to puzzle out
because I get that question a lot, even with if it's in the title.
emerge out of the very ground wherever you look.
The emotes, yeah, man.
The modern tourist site, enclosed by its high fences, is really only the central area of what must have been a very large settlement. Recent satellite imaging of the three main valleys of Tiwanaku that examined the evidence for widespread agricultural methods are suggested that the population could have numbered anywhere from 200,000 up to 1.5 million people. The vast majority of buildings around the central stonework would have been adobe mud brick construction with likely grass thatch roofing. And centuries ago, all of this has long since returned to the soil. Interestingly, the local farmers and many people in the region still utilize this ubiquitous building material and these methods today in order to build many of their structures. In 2018, an announcement was made that Bolivian anthropologists had discovered a huge underground citadel and possibly another whole-stepped pyramid on the perimeter of the current archaeological site, a find so big that they estimate the excavation would take up to 50 years or more. Although I don't know exactly how to score that estimate given the glacially slow pace of the excavation work that's happened here over the past few decades. To quote from the 2018 article, and I should mention that this has been Google translated from the original Spanish, quote, "With the new data obtained with the help of technology, consisting of precision cameras that took pictures from the air and infrared rays, was found a pre-Hispanic citadel outside of the archaeological perimeter, where it was detected that there is an underground plaza and up to 2 platforms of what is considered a pyramid," says a statement issued by the government agency. If confirmed, the archaeological finding will force a rethinking of the conception
Alright,
of
that's
Tiwanaku
good. That's
as only
done.
a ceremonial center to consider that it was also a pre-Hispanic city. End quote. Well, we can only hope that it'll force a rethinking of the site, but I'm not placing any bets just yet. The population estimates and the evident size of Tiwanaku is quite a contentious issue. Clearly, a city and civilization of this size would require a lot of people to sustain it. And it's only with a lot of people and with infrastructure and with a consistent food supply that we can begin to specialize in our professions and begin the slow ascent of technological progress that might eventually result in...
Yeah, it looks good now. It looks good. Looks good.
A lot of people require...
Thank you for your patience.
...which is very hard to grow at nearly 4 kilometers or...
It looks really good now. It looks much more informative.
Well above the tree line here, hardly anything grows well up here at all. And food production would have been a major objective for much of the population. Due
I like
to
it.
high altitude and the resulting extremes of temperatures, growing food efficiently here requires some fairly advanced agricultural techniques, something called superkulu, or a flooded raised field technique. It is the satellite evidence for this method of agriculture that gives us such large figures for a possible population base. And it's also in this area where we see one of the typical circular arguments that is so often deployed by orthodox academics.
Yeah, man, you get... Dude, hey, you get all 14 exclusive emotes. I might re-add follower emotes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But you get 14. Because I unlocked back in the day when you had to get 50 subs to have 5 emotes. And remember that first month? Yeah, you were there from the start, you know? The... What's it called? Yeah, I gifted 50 subs to all my followers because I there's a couple of reasons. One, I wanted to get all 5 emotes. 2, I wanted to see how the payout process worked. Because I didn't understand the over $100 payout and taxes and everything. So I did that as a learning process. Which costed $175. And 3, I had spent the last like previous year and a half complaining about Twitch and ads. And I didn't want to make my viewers the very first month after getting affiliate watch all these ads. It's a hypocrite. So I mean, it was like I paid. It was $175. I paid for 4 extra emotes, if you can believe it, like an idiot. But at the time, it was friggin'. It was. I had five unlocked emotes. That was with the top streamers. That was with people that had over 50 subs in the channel, and I had 5. It was amazing. I think it was worth it at that time because I had money, but now I don't. But like, it was crazy. I remember, like, people like, I remember Bar was like, "How do you have so many subs, man?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know, like, fucking." I invested in my channel. So yeah, dude, enjoy the extra 4. So now we have 14. Some big name channels might only have 11. You'll see. I'm not saying I'm better because I have more. I'm just saying it is what it is. It's more. It's 33%. It's 50% more variety to use. I appreciate that, man.
All by simply stating that it can't be true because it doesn't match our version of history. Yet it's this version of history that is the very thing you discover is so challenging. I have to wonder about the motivation behind the almost rabid resistance to new ideas and to new knowledge.
It did seem like you have so much news. Thanks, man. Yeah. I mean, I did. I know I removed the follower ones, but
when these topics get applied to history, they
I don't know. Since I increased the ads again, I might put back the.
perhaps it has something to do with the fact that, very much like a religious
Thought maybe you got the mammal dono bomb.
their authority,
Oh no, I did not. But no worries, no stress.
and they really don't like the idea of
Mamel's the man. Mamel is
I'm not saying that we need to just
has moved the game forward so much. The community forward. He's had some good times, man. I think he was the last ran. I think he has a Cavs 00 130, 136, 135 or something like crazy. He's going crazy. He's getting world records.
and claiming that you know they can't be true simply because
No, man. The first month, yeah, I donated 50 subs because I wanted to unlock the emotes and. Just kind of show my respect for my followers because I was going to put ads on my channel.
discovered by Europeans in 1549 by Spanish conquistador
Cooking in fact, yeah, dude.
who stumbled upon the remains while searching for the mythical Inca.
He's gone underground.
According to historical
Mamel has gone
of the Tiwanaku region
underground, getting these insane times.
overnight, and that they were either raised by giants or that it was the result of magic, a god who turned an entire population to stone because they used power.
And world records.
These local people also laughed at the suggestion that it was built by the Inca, and they affirmed that it had existed long
He's playing a bunch of
before
levels,
that
too.
civilization ever emerged. Orthodox history considers this place to be the progenitor of the Inca civilization, and that the culture who lived here were forced to leave the area, either because the local people, the Aymara, who still inhabit this region, forced them out, or they had to leave because the region suffered a 40-year drought and ultimately had to cultivate
What is this? Why?
and the region could not sustain such a generation.
Why?
It is thought that roughly 1,000 years ago, the Tiwanaku culture left and journeyed into Peru and the Sacred Valley, eventually finding Cusco and establishing the capital, and they grew to become the great civilization we know as the Inca. All of this is very hypothetical, with only scant traces of real evidence to support it. The earliest carbon dating results indicate a human presence here around 1,500 BC, although the mainstream accepted date for the origins of Tiwanaku
I can make that bar look way better if I just do some editing. Give me a minute. Let me edit that bar. I'll make the chat look bigger. It'll look 1,000 times better.
discussion about this worth noting that all legally establishing this method is likely the last time that someone made a camp.
What? Why?
It has nothing to do whatsoever with stone.
What? Why?
Also, some environments are just not conducive to preserving the mechanical remains which date things. It's the same case with fossils. It's basically a miracle that
I hope.
fossils get formed.
I might have shot too high, guys.
The lack of fossils
I might have shot too high there.
the lack of
Damn it.
up-to-date evidence isn't
Are you kidding me? I might have shot too high.
just a big question.
Oh, whatever. We can redo that again. We can do that run again.
That this site is far older than the orthodox story would have us believe, and this evidence is supported by the geological history of the surrounding region and the massive Lake Titicaca. This connection may also provide significant clues towards the original purpose of the site, and I intend to explore this evidence in some detail in the later chapters of this series. I've spent 4 full days at Pumapunku and Tiwanaku across 2 separate visits. In 2013, I was here with Graham Hancock and Brian Forrester. We were only supposed to have a single day on site, but given that
Damn
the
it.
museum's
Oh, wow.
paths that we were
Insane. Please.
inexplicably closed, which is a situation that's not. Most of the group decided to just take the road west. It's a beautiful place, but the altitude can be a real struggle. Graham, however, wanted to go back to Tiwanaku, and a small group of us decided to roll back out there to the site. The weather cleared up, and we had just some wonderful conditions for photography and the chance to capture just some amazing experiences. Let's face it, then again, in late 2015,
I may have survived if I had ducked better. I don't know why it didn't.
this time
119. Yeah, it's not that I wasn't very. Yeah, I wasn't fast. That wasn't really very good.
I had the chance to stay overnight on site.
If I had ducked better, I may have survived that. Cause, thing is, there's a lot of lag in that room too. So I mean, I don't know if I had tapped R again. I don't know. A lot was going on.
We even met the local shaman's wife.
A lot was happening, but I don't think it was very fast. It wasn't very fast.
I was in South America for 5 weeks on this trip, and the only thing of significance that I bought during that entire time was the shawl that she was wearing,
What? Why?
and yet I bought it pretty much right off the bat. My trips to Tiwanaku and Pumapunku are some of the most memorable experiences I've ever had, chasing all of these silly, unanswerable questions around the world. I definitely want to go back someday, and to that end, I've been thinking about putting together a South American trip for sometime late in 2020. And if anyone's interested in that idea, or you might consider coming along, please do let me know. I can't do an introductory video without sharing some
Why?
of the most memorable
Why?
so let's just explore a few of my personal favourite highlights throughout the site. It's worth noting that they don't actually permit you to take video footage here, at least they didn't in 2015, and for whatever reason I'm not really sure. They have also been systematic in breaking off more and more of the stones with the accursed blue ropes of "Thou shall not pass, lest I accost you with my furious whistle." It's frustrating, and it's a global trend that's happening.
Oh, wow, insane.
in ancient sites.
Well, it takes
I'm
time.
fundamentally opposed
Cool, man.
to
Thanks for asking, talking about
the
that. Sure.
history itself, and in particular, vastly mysterious places like Tiwanaku or Gyges. They belong to the entire world, and not just to a few privileged academics and archaeologists. I tend to push on these types of boundaries when I'm confronted by them. My friends and family might say that it's not exactly out of character for me. So, for some technical reason,
Why?
during this time, my camera was accidentally set to take some video when I was last here. I'd encourage everyone who visits these types of places to just occasionally step over to when you can. These stones were eternal. You can't hurt them by touching them or by standing or by examining them closely, as really should be done right. We should resist the trend that visitors to these places should be fenced off and herded, and to not be allowed to experience what they so let's wrap this video up and look at some of my favourite stonework that are spread
So, how did I get hit right with the laser through the glass? Yo, Analytics, what's up? I'm so excited to go to Canada.
There's lots of different examples and types of this work. They're just incredible. I also have
Yo, Tree Chris, thanks, man. It takes. I did check, dude. Thanks, man.
but it's really
It does take time. You excited to go to Canada? Yeah, man. Hell yeah, buddy. Saw videos on YouTube. It looks nice, buddy. Yeah, man. You're always welcome, Canada. I mean, not specifically. I mean, I was in. I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't have the facilities to house you like your friend did in Oklahoma. But I mean, you know what I mean. Just overall. What's it called? What was I gonna say? Tree Antichrist. Yeah. I checked the analytics, but it seems like it takes a day or two to update. I don't know why it's delayed. On views, the views are also delayed. Everything's kind of delayed a few days to get the full numbers. That's why I keep talking about Monday. Like yesterday, I kept talking about Monday because that was a few days. And it looked like the views kind of peaked for whatever reason. But it's not an issue of people watching the videos again because it's even after I play the VOD, I go to it, I see it has 0 views, which doesn't make any sense. Only after some time will it update. Thanks, homie. What? Thanks, dude. That's cool, man. See a bump? Thanks, man. Hey, appreciate it.
Surrounding the history of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku stems from the life and works of Arthur
Hey, man. I hope it's just a watchable stream.
much of his life as a public figure in Bolivia. He was a
It
really
looks nicer, yeah, buddy.
When it comes to the history of this place, he spent 50 years of his
You're
life
welcome here, Christian. And Christian, hey, listen.
both of his sites and in several other places.
Too emotional right now.
I mean,
Hey, listen, man. If you ever find your way to Ottawa, then, like, yeah, we can go to that river, which is an hour away. We can go to that river, the St. Lawrence. We'll rent a car, or I'll have a car or something. We'll drive there or some shit. But I mean, like, I'm looking for, everything's really tight right now with money. I'm looking for work and everything. My car is all broken and shit. I might trade it in for a new one. Like a brand new one.
And Poznansky was and really still is to this day just widely criticized by mainstream archaeology. Although he's really made tremendous contributions to the field. And in his life he arranged permits for several mainstream archaeologists to work on the site.
I gotta change the PB thing. It'd be better.
Tactful, radical ideas certainly seems to go with the territory in archaeology, yet I'm sort of having trouble finding the specifics of the arguments here, whether it's exactly what Poznansky said or the details of the government gangsters. This is kind of where it gets a little interesting for me, because thanks to a very generous supporter of the channel, I've actually been able to order a copy of the
Like, why?
Poznansky's works, and copies of these are very, very hard to come by, and they're actually quite expensive.
Oh my god.
So just a huge thank you to the person who made this happen. You know who you are. And the funny thing is,
Yeah.
just as I was finishing up,
Make a picnic of it.
it turned up. So I'm super excited to get into it. I really haven't had a
We'll
chance
stream
to
it.
much more than just page through it at this point because I kind of really need to finish this.
It'll be legendary.
It's taken quite a lot of time. I do plan to make a full study of this work in this series and include it in upcoming chapters in detail. So I'm greatly looking forward to getting into that research. And I kind of have
You'll pay for me? Aw, no worries. Aw, you're so sweet, man. Thanks, man. No, but I mean, you're the man. You're the man. But what I mean is, I don't mean to be like, cause it's 2 hours of driving, right? It's like maybe up to a half a tank of gas. I'm just thinking. I'm not saying you gotta pay these bills. I'm just thinking, right? I'm just thinking, half a tank of gas. Either rent a car. I gotta get a car. And lunch. That's it. That's it. That's all.
It's
It's actually not too bad. It's like $100. It's like $100 trip.
I've located a copy of the second book in a library that's a couple of hours away. Maybe I can get some access to that. We'll see. So I hope you all enjoyed this presentation. I've been working really hard on it for quite a while now. There's been a lot of hours that have gone into this, and to be honest, there's quite a lot more to come in this series.
It's crazy how expensive it is now to travel
I want to say welcome to all of the new subscribers to the channel.
around your
Hope you enjoyed
own province or city.
on my back catalog. What's going on?
Okay, let me change this. Let me change the figure thing.
And as always, just a huge thank you to all of the supporters.
Sure, man. Sure, I'll take my bongo, my Cuban bongo, my big ass bongo I brought from Cuba.
sustainability.
My
with
drum,
these crazy paper.
not it's not a bongo drum. I do have bongo drums, but this one is a large, a djembe, I guess.
From this or from any of my work, please do consider
I don't know the
returning
name.
some of
I don't know the
that value
Cuban
back to
name
me.
for it.
There are lots of ways you can do that, and they're all listed on my website at unchartedx.com/support. I really do greatly appreciate any considerations along those lines. You might think of it like the value you get from tipping a server, or perhaps the value from a movie ticket. I really don't like doing these little bits of e-begging in my videos, but the reality is that I just can't spend the time producing these videos and doing this research without your support. I'd have to go back and get a day job. So it's always a possibility. I have a lot more planned though in the future, so please do remember to hit that subscribe button, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Pretty good. We didn't really gain much space. It is what it is. It's better. It's better. It is better. Oh, what is it? Lex Friedman? What is it, Lex Friedman? You telling me? You probably. People say I look like Novak Djokovic too. The legend Novak. kinda sucks. I should have just paid. Beer when you assemble furniture, we call it the advice giver. That's hilarious. Oh, this is insane. This is Brian Forrester video. Shout out Brian Forrester. Hell yeah.
Hi, this is Brian Forrester, and today we're exploring ancient Teotihuacan, located about 2 hours from Mexico City. The origins of this place, to be honest, are unknown. We began our adventure in an ancient cave that has been used for at least 1,000 years. Here we did a ritual with some Nahuatl or Aztec-speaking people. This involved incense and obsidian. And again, this was a complete surprise to our guests, and this was an event arranged by my wife today in order to add a spiritual aspect to our exploration. So once the ritual was completed, we walked back out of this ancient cave and began our study of anomalies that we could see at ancient Teotihuacan. The name itself comes from the Aztec. The Aztec named it. What that word means is the place where men became gods. As you can see, Teotihuacan is a huge complex. The first place that we went to was the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. Now look at the first 3 courses of stairs. Notice that they're relatively large blocks of basalt that fit very tightly together, and yet the stairs above are composed of smaller pieces of stone. Whether this was from restoration in the 20th century or repair work done by the Aztec is unknown. But again, you can see in this video clip very large blocks of basalt, and the hardest material that the Aztec had for shaping stone was in fact basalt. So this makes it very much an anomaly. Also notice the very rough stonework on the left-hand side and above as compared to the staircase. Sculpted heads were done by the Aztec to represent Quetzalcoatl and also Tlaloc, the rain god, but they were likely megalithic blocks that were reshaped by the Aztec. Now, common thought is that Teotihuacan was constructed 2,000 years ago. But academics
Thanks, man. Thanks,
don't
buddy.
know who the original builder
I'm actually gonna use the washroom.
as we see,
I'm gonna use the washroom and get some air and reload the vape. But yeah, if you find a specific video that would help me out a lot, because the first video I clicked, it was the imitation one. But if you could do that, that would help me. It's up to you though. If you don't find the video, that's okay. I'm gonna use the washroom. Thanks for watching the ads, man. Thanks for being here during it. I appreciate it.
Here again we see rough restoration done in the 20th century. But here, once again, notice these basalt steps fit together very tightly without mortar. Each one is a different shape and size.
I know you just came back from ads.
On the right side.
I know you literally just came back from ads,
Now
but
we're in the main complex
sorry, man.
of Teotihuacan, and we're looking at the
sorry, dude.
of the moon, which is the second largest of the so-called pyramids. And also notice all of
Be
these
right back.
other
Thanks, man.
smaller
Thanks,
pyramid-like
guys, gals, people, friends.
structures. Once again, Teotihuacan is vast in scale. It was occupied by the original builders, then the Toltec, and then the Aztec found Teotihuacan when they were moving towards what would become their capital city of Tenochtitlan, which means the place of prophecy, from their ancestral home called Aztlan, which some people believe could be Atlantis, but whether that's a fact or not is completely unknown. This is the famous Avenue of the Dead, and it is approximately 1 mile long, stretching from the Temple of the Moon to the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, way in the back. And now we're walking towards the largest of the so-called pyramids. This is the Temple of the Sun, huge in terms of scale. I believe the footprint is larger than that of the Great Pyramids of Giza. Here you see the sense of scale. The tiny humanoid figures, people walking up and down the steps, in comparison to the huge size of the pyramid itself. Beautifully bilaterally symmetrical. How this was achieved, again, is unknown, and who made it originally is unknown. So now we're going to walk towards the front of the Temple of the Sun. You're going to see more anomalies in terms of the stonework as we approach. As you can see, most of the stonework is relatively small volcanic stone with volcanic ash used as a type of mortar. But as we approach, you're going to see once again much larger blocks of basalt that are almost scattered around. Don't know where their original positions were, and I suspect that this stonework is much, much older than the pyramid itself. Here again a view of the large basalt stones, likely reshaped at least the fronts of during Aztec times. And curiously,
Wanna get lunch?
a door
And say what's up, and you're like, yo, thanks, bro, dude. Hey, man, I appreciate it. I really think we're gonna have to have a roundtable stream discussion and a poll
blocks of basalt
about the ads and
much smaller stone of much rougher
yeah.
composition. Some of the basalt
Thanks, bro.
blocks
Oh, you got a video? Nice. I'll check it out. Thanks, man.
into the structure.
That helps a lot, man.
Whether this was done during restoration in the 20th century, or whether this is Aztec reconstruction, is presently unknown. So, it appears that Teotihuacan shows evidence of lost ancient high technology. And in the other videos I'm going to be making about our recent trip, February 2019, you'll see other examples of anomalies in terms of construction. Very fine work as compared to rougher work. And here again, this staircase. Notice the nicely shaped blocks and then some broken. Clearly the staircase has been reassembled. So, thank you for watching this video. Hopefully you are a subscriber. This, of course, is a quadcopter view. Unfortunately, I was caught by the police and given a reprimand for filming. But I'm hoping to return to Mexico once a year, probably in January, February of each year, with a tour group, and you can join us at hiddeninkatours.com. Hi, this is Brian Forster of HiddenIncaTours.com, and today we're exploring Tula, which is a site outside of Mexico City. Tula rose in between the fall of Teotihuacan and the rise of Tenochtitlan, which was the Aztec capital. And Tula is most famous for what are called the Atlantean warriors. That is more or less what this video is going to focus on. But we're also going to see possible evidence of lost ancient high technology, or at least megalithic construction, such as this pile of very large basalt slabs you see on the left-hand side of the screen. Now we're going up to see some carving that was done during Toltec times. See the red pigment is the original work, and the greater stone is more recent restoration. And this is the main structure, or so-called temple. Notice it's relatively crude construction of volcanic stone with volcanic ash used as a type of mortar. And of course, this site has been heavily restored in more recent times. So in front, what we're looking at is another part of the complex. But now, what we're looking at is some square pillars. Notice again, very rough construction with a sort of covering made out of probably volcanic ash or other material. And now we're going up the staircase. The important thing to look at the stairs is you will see uneven construction. You see very nicely cut slabs of stone and then much rougher pieces put in. This, of course, again, was restored in modern times, but it's the difference between the beautifully flat surfaces and other broken pieces, which I find quite fascinating. But the main feature are the so-called Atlantean warriors. And these, thought by some, being held in the hands as being a weapon, like a laser or something. That's what some UFO authors believe. However, there's a more pragmatic explanation which we were taught by local people. And that's that in the left hand are held short arrows, and the right hand is a kind of small crossbow made out of wood and probably rubber. At the top, you see the headdress. Here in the back, square columns. Again, the surfaces are very well done with rough surface carving. So is it possible that Tula is much, much older and was simply adopted by
It's fine.
the people who reconstructed it? Once again, the so-called laser weapon is in the right hand, and what the headdresses represent at the top are feathers, and then below that a band around the warrior's head. So again, a local expert told us that these are not Atlantean warriors, but in fact
I'd be so lucky, Toad.
of the god.
Thanks. Alright, videos after. Goldeneye first.
Why it's important to get local information rather than necessarily works by authors from foreign countries, though of course it's all important to look at. The idea that these are Atlantean warriors is an idea that was formulated in the 18th or 19th century by a foreign author, but the name has stuck to this very day. Here you can see the landscape around Tula. There is a ball court in the background, which of course the Mayan and Olmec people had. And it is a relatively small site. It's nothing in comparison to Teotihuacan, which is a huge complex with the Sun Temple, the Moon Temple, or pyramid so-called, and also temple or pyramid of Quetzalcoatl. But if you're in this part of Mexico, it's well worth visiting. The stone is basalt. Some of it is
Thanks, dude. Appreciate that, Christian. It's nice of you, man.
And this is video 3 of the 10-part series filmed in Mexico in February of 2019. If you have not, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, share this video, and my 1,000 plus others. Hi, this is Brian Forster, and what you're looking at below that church in the background is the largest pyramidal site of pyramid on the planet. It's the Great Pyramid of Cholula, also known as
Double dock.
the Pebble, which is the Aztec language made by hand mountain. And it's the largest archaeological site in the world, as well as the largest pyramidal structure known to exist in the world today. The pyramid is a temple that traditionally has been viewed as having been dedicated to the god Quetzalcoatl. What we're doing is here exploring inside the pyramid itself, because the pyramid was constructed over a long period of time, and it's at least 4, if not 7, pyramidal structures, one built on top of another. According to sources, the Temple Pyramid Complex was built in 4 stages, starting from 3rd century BC to 9th century AD. So that is approximately more than 1,000 years of construction. And the excavations were done in the 1930s to expose the core or inner structure of the pyramid. You can see a staircase leading down. And in total, 8 kilometers of tunnel were produced in order to reveal the layers of the core. The material itself seems to be a type of volcanic ash. There once again is another one of the staircases going down. And it is a total volume of 4.45 million cubic meters, which is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, which is about 2.5 million cubic meters. The Great Pyramid of Giza is 1,800 meters high, or 555 feet, whereas the pyramidal structure at Cholula is not as high, but the footprint is absolutely massive.
So laggy.
And only parts of the exterior have been excavated, which we're going to see after we go through this rather massive tunnel system. At its peak, Cholula had a population of about 100,000 people. Once again, you see more of the tunnel system there.
So laggy, man.
Relatively soon we'll be getting to the end. Most of the tunnel system is locked away from the public, but I believe we walked at least 2 kilometers from the main entrance. The main entrance at Cholula is the tunnel itself, which is quite fascinating. And we walked and saw exposed areas of different layers, like you can see here. There. Inner workings. So it's quite a labyrinth.
I see.
Again, you're allowed to see approximately 2 kilometers of the tunnel system. 8 kilometers, if not possibly even 10 kilometers long. Once again, you see some of the inner parts of the earlier construction, smaller pyramidal level. And on it goes. Thankfully, the lighting is quite good in here. have been excavated in recent times. Most of the
Why?
excavations have been done in the 20th century. Here you can see just how massive Tallulah is. Again, that church is on the very top of the pyramidal structure. Most of it is overgrown with trees and bushes. Here
Insane.
some exposed areas. You can see relatively small stonework used for this series, for example.
Makes sense.
And have a mix of materials. You have limestone, the lighter colored material, and
It
then
makes sense, I guess.
some volcanic rock, reddish.
I don't know. I'm not a big movie guy, though. I mean, I'll watch the occasional movie, but it's just, I don't know. It's not my media of passion. I do like good movies, though.
Others quite fine. As always, what I'm looking for are
Who's this?
evidences
Oh my gosh, guys.
much more ancient megalithic work.
Full health. A full health 22. Man.
So once again, relatively rough construction work, smaller stones with clay or even volcanic acid mortar. We have a stela, some evidence of Mayan influence.
Why?
There's also evidence of Olmec influence, which is older than Mayan. There, a very well-known staircase of small stones. Interesting looking depressions. Maybe those were
Did not mean to go wide.
property because we did notice that if you clap your hands,
That's hilarious,
there
Dick.
was an echo
Toad.
inside this ceremonial area here. Here you can see the exterior is the limestone and the core of volcanic stone. So the volcanic stone is from the area where the limestone came from. I was not able to find out. But this is the part that I think intrigues me the most, because you can see that this is very finely constructed. If you look at the darker stone, that is basalt, whereas the lighter stone is a basalt type of rock as well. But that's
What?
evidence of 20th century construction. So this, I believe, is I think the oldest part and the finest in terms of construction. Notice the staircase stones are quite a bit smaller than the larger stones you see on the right. The stones on the right very finely fitted together. The staircase is made of smaller stones with volcanic ash and a type of mortar. Hi, this is Brian Forster. Today we're going to be looking at the megalithic evidence at Mitla, located in Oaxaca, in Mexico. You can already see the evidence.
So that means two things you have to build, Toad. You gotta build two of them. Imagine doing everything you did again a second time. Too bad I don't have the rental anymore. Oh, no way. It's that big, eh?
Now, this is going to be in contrast to the other types of construction that we're going to look at. Again,
That's what she said. Oh.
so here at the bottom, you can see finely cut, well-fitted stone, much rougher work above it. There in the background, you see those massive lintels. And here again, rough construction. And then once again, fine work at the bottom. And here, very tight-fitting basalt
What's
stone.
this?
No mortar, no gaps whatsoever, and much rougher work above.
Yeah, really. Whenever I have a job, man.
Cases of the church, which we'll be filming in a moment, 3 levels of construction, 3 different colors. So look how tight-fitting these stones are. Again, no mortar whatsoever.
Shit's fucked.
This is the church, so the upper work is Spanish colonial.
Uber in Ottawa is actually... Uber Eats in Ottawa is pretty good. I bet Uber in Toronto is better. Uber Eats in Ottawa is pretty good because there's not that much traffic here. The roads are terrible here.
So you have the megalithic work, then you have the Zapotec native people's work, and then you have the
I
Spanish.
can't wait to see you there. Thanks, man.
Here, the rough construction of the colonial and Zapotec people, and then the reinstalling of these very large rituals or beings, when at least 6 times. And some people are going to say that the
What the fuck is this? Gonna be begging to leave the city, Toronto. Oh wow, insane. Insane. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially because I'm from Ottawa. True. I don't know, I like Toronto. Maybe I don't know it. I don't know the 2023 Toronto.
There are a series of passages here at the left. So again, we're going to see the difference
Ottawa, you mean?
here and possibly Colorado.
Ottawa are a bunch of assholes. Ottawa is Reddit, the city. Fuck you.
Here at the bottom, once again, finely fitting stone with relative rubble placed on top of it. We used a volcanic ash
So bad.
concrete, which we also
Really fucking bad, guys. Really shit. Opposite way when you go Ottawa, still small town, but 100%. Hundo.
rough work
100%.
the lower part of the video, then finely finished stonework, probably restoration during Zapotec times above. Here, again, rough work. You see what was probably a massive set into place into the wall. Another one of his columns. A relatively short one compared to the others we have been looking at and will be.
Yeah, but Ottawa's just a bunch of stuck-up assholes. They're just the worst, man. Such arrogant fucking pricks. They really are. We learned that with the fucking injection discrimination. I guess you saw that in Toronto too. You saw how bad it was there too. Guys, should I go fight in Ukraine? I'm sorry. I'm not being insensitive about the war, but that's my only card I can play to go overseas. I gotta do the teach English abroad. I gotta contact some companies. I think that's a better future for me. No, man, I'm gonna watch the video after, man. Thanks, dude. I'm not gonna watch it now. Thanks, though, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate you sending the video now, but I'm not. Thanks, man. I'm in the, currently in the middle of doing this. Thanks, man. I'll watch later, though. I appreciate it. I think so. It's 2 years, right? Overseas? I don't know, man. Nightmare. Nightmare mode. No worries, take your time. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Brutal. Oh my gosh, guys, I think I might just do some force stuck. This is just so inconsistent, man. What? Why?
Hi, this is Brian Forster, and today we're exploring La Venta Park, which is located in Villa Hermosa in Mexico. And we're going to be studying the mysterious and fascinating Olmec culture that existed between 1500 BC and supposedly about 400 BC. And I honestly don't think that academics, or at least some of them, don't understand this ancient culture very well. Now, Villa Hermosa is a city of 1 million people. So, in this video, it looks like we're in the middle of the
Oh, come on, that was bogus.
approximately, or at least 1 million people. And if it wasn't for this man, most of the artifacts that you're going to see would probably have been destroyed by the petroleum industry that moved into the area early in the last century.
What? What? Like, what?
Here, very much a jungle-like atmosphere. And these are some of the
So
natural
real.
artifacts that are in
Still the most real game.
the park. Now, this one is supposedly, or is called the grandmother
don't think you can do that in Call of Duty. Shoot the gun out of the guys. That gun saved that guard's life. Twice.
This one is called the bearded man. Now that up on top is not the bearded man. That's actually what some ancient alien theorists believe is an astronaut. Here we see the bearded man.
What?
Then these really fascinating natural basalt columns. These were naturally formed and harvested by the people to build fencing for one thing and also tombs. So here is the actual
Why?
constructed
And I do want to play Bunker 1 Essay again.
several miles from their original
With a new ending.
because it's possible destruction.
That is what I want to do.
This gives you more of an idea of the reconstructed tomb. And there's a large slab of limestone in the interior. It could have been the lid of a coffin. And many more of this basalt columns. Again, they're natural,
Please.
and the chosen
Why?
material used by the Olmec for their statuary tended to be basalt because there's a lot of it in the area where they originally lived. Now we have a classic, excuse me, basalt Olmec head, weighing probably in the neighborhood of 10 tons. I believe less than 20 of these have been found. And they weigh somewhere in the region of 10 to 20 tons. And we have this one, which is another one of the classic basalt.
Well, this is so fast.
And for some reason, this one is called the Young Warrior.
Please. Please.
See that it's been weathering quite badly, but that's kind of normal.
Oh, fuck you. Like, come on. That's not true.
Possibly
That's fake news.
and this one,
Oh, whatever. It wasn't that fast anyways.
in fact, it is eroded quite badly. So Leventa Park is a beautiful place to experience aspects of the Olmec culture. We have to keep the idea of Moses. And this one is simply called quadrangular, which it is, but it doesn't describe who this person, effigy of this person was. And this is a classic one that I believe is called Mother and Child.
Sheiky, baby.
Possibility of
Who's Sheiky?
head. Olmec did do cranial deformation, as did the later
Oh, the Iron Sheik?
and of course,
I'm sorry, man.
the Paracas.
People love them. Yeah, I like him too. I'm sad too. People were really in love with him.
Housing creation.
81, that's insane. It's amazing.
Metal tools whatsoever, so they were shaping basalt, stone such as this, with
It must have been natty. Natural.
classic. It's called the Governor. Some people say that it's very similar to
The governor.
Egypt. They're trying to say there's a connection between the old Egyptians
Why?
and head kind of pushing it too far. Some massive damage, possibly as a result of the petroleum industry. See the face. Probably a jaguar human representation. And then here, quite an interesting one. I believe this has faces of owls on it. Yes, you can now see here possibly 3 owl faces. And as we move farther along,
Why?
human-like jaguar.
Oh, no way. Holy moly, yeah, dude. A lot of people, a lot of really talented people left Iran and made lives in the United States and Canada.
This one is a little more obvious.
Big time fleeing. It's so crazy because Iran and Iraq were
Whale.
pretty sophisticated back then in the 60s, 70s.
See, it does look quite whale-like.
Compared to the United States, I mean, they kind of halted
And monkey looking to the sky.
the civil wars and shit.
Because it actually looks like a very modern style of sculpture. It could be very well unique in Roman culture. It's the only one I've seen of its kind. But again, it looks very contemporary.
So crazy, man.
Hi, this is Brian Forster. Today we're exploring Uxmal, the Yucatan area of Mexico.
Why?
Uxmal is clearly a Mayan site. The famous Pyramid of the Wizards.
Why?
Got its name, the Pyramid of the Wizards, I have no idea. But it's a very impressive pyramid.
It's just so dumb.
Constructed mainly of relatively small stones.
Ass fucker, what?
Things about the name
What?
is that it means built
Please don't share any crazy weird stories, please.
times during the Mayan period.
Please no sodomy stories.
Megalithic elements
Thank you.
Mayan discovered at this location. Then decided
Or is that
so that's what we're going to be looking at. Example,
a metaphor?
stonework on the left-hand side, very tight-fitting,
Is that an illusion?
cedar work above,
Are you alluding to him?
giving us an inkling that Uxmal
Ass fucking.
much, much older
Why did he make pornos?
standard history tells us.
Legend.
Again, in that doorway, very nicely cut
Oh no, what is this?
relative
Oh my gosh. What is this?
at above. So the question is, how could the Maya have cut these cube-like blocks when they basically had no metal tools?
I don't know, man. I gotta watch this another time.
They had jade,
Sorry, bro.
but no metal.
It's like 2 minutes of the guy
A little bit of
talking trash on
maybe bronze, but not steel.
the sheik, talking trash on someone.
Relatively strong, but actually something in the order of 100
Fucked his
million years
ass.
old is what originally formed under
Alright, I'll check it out later, man. I gotta do the rule. Well, not the rule, but there's a few videos that people have requested, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for me to watch on my own time or whatever. I appreciate it. I'm very lucky and honored for you to be here. See, like, that's all right there. Cool, man. Thanks, man.
again here. Very nice
Why?
blocks and rubble used as fill in some places, but in other areas, very tight contact between the stones. That's what we're looking at here again. Nice cut blocks, relative rubble used as fillers.
Why?
One of the famous Mayan ball courts. Here again, we're going to see construction.
Where are you? What are you doing?
Nicely cut blocks and then relative rubble. Clearly not safe construction. And once again here, nicely cut blocks and bordered to some degree rubble this filler, but the interior work on the left. Now it is possible
Why?
Here, the finest work is actually on the perimeter area. Here, somewhat rough work.
Chris Ben was neighbor for you. No, he was not. Really?
Rebuilt, possibly during
Wow.
modern times, but the wall to the side,
Insane.
fitting stone, no mortar. So this is the contrast. This mortar as compared to this. Mortar free, every block is actually individual
No way.
size dimensions. Here again, we're looking at that.
Wow.
Mortar construction whatsoever.
Insane. That's just so terrible.
That building is pyramid wizards in the background. Here, it's a very large structure, much rougher
Wow.
than the building looks
So tragic.
there, relative rubble on the center. So that is what makes, for me, a lot of the ancient places in Mexico quite fascinating. Some famous, some not so famous. But at almost every location we visited, saw very fine construction work and relatively cruder construction work, usually the cruder work on top of the fine work. So I think what the Maya are telling us is that they did find Uxmal
His life is fascinating. The Sheik? Yeah, I bet.
built it and expanded it greatly. We also saw that
No way. What? What?
Aka elements
That is not true. That is so sad.
time.
So terrible.
I think the history of Mexico is far more complicated and fascinating than what basic Mexican
Never able to quit. Wow. What type of drugs?
we turn back to the pyramid of the witches.
It's crazy.
Hi, this is Brian Forster. Today we're exploring the ancient site of Palenque. Palenque, also called Pa'a, also anciently known
Oh wow.
as La Campa, which literally means big water, was a Mayan
Thanks
city-state
for explaining.
Mexico that flourished in the 7th century BC.
I'm gonna start a weightlifting stream soon.
Around 226 BC to around 799.
I feel amazing after. I feel so good.
Absorbed into the jungle of cedar, mahogany,
I might play for another hour or so and then start the weightlifting stream.
excavated and
Still managed to get to 81, yeah. It's wild.
again is located in Chiapas, about 130 kilometers
I didn't even know it was that old to start with.
Ciudad del Carmen.
I guess it is 2023.
The structures that we know today probably represent
I keep forgetting that.
response to the attacks by the city of Calakmul and its client city, 599 611 AD. One of the main figures responsible for building, or actually rebuilding Palenque, for a renaissance in the city's art and architecture, is also one of the best-known Maya, called Akal the Brave, who ruled from 615 to 683 AD.
Thanks for being here.
Is known for his funerary monument dubbed the Temple
Why?
of Pictures, after the lengthy text preserved
Oh my gosh.
at the time with Alberto Ruz Villiers excavated a cult tomb, the richest and best preserved of any scientific excavated burial then known as Egyptian
Brutal, I suck.
held this position until the discovery of the mortuary burial at Khan, Peru,
I really suck.
of Khan and Calakmul. Now, Palenque is one of my favorite sites to visit in all of Mexico, and actually one of my favorite sites in general, because of its history. It's very organically designed and wonderful to walk through. Only about 10% of it so far has been uncovered,
Why?
There's still 90% until they hide in the jungle or future uncovery and restoration. And you can see that the construction technique is actually relatively simple and typical of ancient Mayan sites. We are going to
Brutal.
see examples of possible older
Why?
occupation by cultures that may have had
It's just so bad.
technology, so that's what we're coming up. Nestled in the jungle of Mexico, Palenque is truly a beautiful location.
Why?
And most indications are that it's purely a Mayan complex, but we're going to see some anomalies that could indicate that Palenque is far, far older than what is commonly understood. Now, these anomalies are very subtle. They're in locations
Suck.
such
I really suck.
as Egypt and other megalithic locations around the world. But if you look very carefully, you'll see that things are other. Here is a standard set of stairs. See relatively rough construction. Then look at the staircase on the left.
Oh, the duck. Why?
Large slab of carved limestone. Doesn't match the rest of the construction. Here again, look at the bottom level.
Oh wow, insane.
Second level, witnesses giant blocks. And here, the staircase.
Where is he now?
Much, much larger blocks than the other staircases at Palenque.
Wow, insane.
Further evidence by this staircase
He's still incarcerated, right?
is quite crude construction.
Wow. Is he free? Is he a free man?
Here again, another staircase. See the stones have been covered in shins, as if obviously it was removed
No.
time.
Wow.
Could be a
That's insane. I don't know the full details of him, but I know he was like a mass murderer over decades. Serial killer, that's what it's called. Jesus, man. Medium security. Wow, it's insane. It's just so crazy. It's so crazy how some people have criminal records of like 80, 90 incarcerations and shit, or write-ups or whatever, incidents. How people have hundreds of incidents with the police. It's like, what? They just repeat. They're just serial repeaters. That's just what they do. They're just crazy people. I gotta read that after one sec. Because his wife was in it too, right? Wasn't she? Didn't she take part in it too? Even worse, yeah. Was let go and has 3 kids of her own. And worked in it. No. No. That is not true. That is not the truth, Dick. What type of world are we living in, man? Jesus Christ, man. And I can't find a job. I was thinking of opening a daycare. With my mom and parents. His wife not only took part, but gave her own sister to him. Oh no. Oh no. Jesus Christ. The fuck? Some fucked up shit. Jesus Christ, man.
Mexican government has done a wonderful job, not only here at Palenque, but at all
No,
the
that is
ancient
not true.
sites. Probably billions
Wow.
of dollars a year construction, maintenance, and each one of the collection sites in Mexico that I visited all has a on-site museum. So kudos to the Mexican government
Please.
of their ancient location. And now we're walking
It's
back
fine.
to the jungle, and we're going to
Don't have much health.
the main part of the complex that we saw in the beginning. And this is where we're going to get some indications, or actually more indications, of somewhat megalithic work, which I think predates the standard period of mining construction. That's what we're walking up to right now. See, again, relatively small stonework, lots of mortar used, cement still is together. But now look at these giant slabs that do not fit in mortar into the stones. This is limestone, but not all limestone is soft. Most people think that limestone is relatively soft. This is actually very hard, most likely metamorphosed limestone. Once again here, Mayan period construction.
It's too dumb.
Left-hand side. Here, these giant slabs that have no mortar in between. You can see as some of the stones have sunk partially into the ground. It looks like some kind of ancient cataclysm occurred here prior to the arrival of the Maya. Then when the Maya found this abandoned, relatively megalithic site, they decided to build a major center. That's something that we also see among the Inca of Peru, Tiwanaku civilization of Bolivia, and of course, Gyges.
Please. Why?
Relatively large stone. Look at the much rougher work above. If you're in the area of Palenque, where Chiapas, Palenque is one of the most beautiful ancient locations to visit.
I learned so much from you guys and girls.
Doesn't get too many tourists per day. I think on average, Palenque gets approximately 2,000 tourists a day, which may sound like a lot, but compare that with Tulum and Chichen Itza, located in the Yucatan area, where at least 10,000 visitors per
Why?
day visit. So, if you look at older photographs from Tulum and Chichen Itza, it looks as though they're relatively untouched, but they have become, for me at least, tourist nightmare places because of the fact that
Balancing.
tourist resorts are located relatively
Why?
close by, maybe 2 hours drive. And so it's sites like here at Palenque that I much prefer to visit. Some more ruins that are relatively recently been uncovered. Once again, don't want to overemphasize it, but 90% of Palenque isn't yet excavated. That shows you that it's actually a very, very massive site. It takes approximately 4 hours to tour the Palenque.
Please, why? Like, why?
Absolutely incredible. So we do go there once a year with a tour. We take the tours, and the next one would likely be January of 2020. Details, check out
Slow.
www.hiddenintours.com. Hi, this is Brian Forster, and this is the last part of a 9-part series about our explorations of ancient sites in Mexico, February of 2019. Today, inventors. There are hundreds of them, if not thousands, selling actually quite fascinating stuff. Now here you see the classic building of the Castillo, or El Castillo, the pyramidal structure located in Chichen Itza. But the site is actually very vast, and a high percentage has still not been excavated. So the Mayan name Chichen Itza means at the mouth of the well of Itza. This derives from chi, meaning mouth or edge, and che'en, or che'en, meaning well. Itza is the name of
Why?
ethnic lineage group and the political and economic dominance of the Northern Peninsula. One possible translation for Itza is enchanter or enchantment of the water, from the sorcerer, and pa for water. So where we're going now is actually towards the ball court. And this, as far as I know, is the largest ball court in all of Mesoamerica. Now the ball court, or the ball game, was a sport by the Mayan and also the Olmec, and possibly as well other cultures. The ball was made of natural rubber. Supposedly you were not allowed to touch your head, your hands, or your feet in order to strike the ball. Now you see that every stone here is of a different shape and size. It is all limestone, but it's not a soft type of limestone. It's a metamorphic
Why?
type. So the intriguing thing is that the Mayan people did not have metal tools of any kind. So how were they able to cut and shape these blocks? The material is local.
Oh.
Somewhere or its formation
Just some shit.
something like 50 million plus years ago. Now you see some gaps in certain parts of the wall, so it is possible that this was reconstructed not only in modern times but also in Mayan times. You see the repair work
Why?
has been done. Small temple building. What's kind of interesting about this is the staircase is composed of very tight-fitted solid blocks of limestone. These are also found in Bhutan and other Southeast Asian areas, suggesting that these locations are very well older than what established knowledge of the depths. The Mayan people might have found ancient tree structures and rebuilt them.
Oh my gosh. Slow, really slow. Like, it's really just too slow, guys. It's too slow.
Block of metamorphosed limestone. Then we have these serpent heads of the figure of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity, and then Chakmul, used for the sacrifice.
It's hilarious, Toad.
Sacrifice, but likely fruit and other things were given to God rather than this overplay done about sacrificing all the time by the Maya. Now we're walking back
What?
towards El Castillo.
How is he still alive?
See, intriguingly, that there's a door which is blocked off. Now, a couple of decades ago, I was allowed to go inside of this, but now it's locked. No entrance is allowed. But it shows that the El Castillo pyramid is to some degree hollow, and then the smaller pyramid inside of it.
Why?
Once again, we're looking at another staircase of large solid blocks, and also the orientation of that little building is about 20 feet
Why?
off of north, south, east, and west, where most of the other structures are perfectly aligned, or almost perfectly aligned, north, south, east, and west. And now
Why?
we walk past our guide Sergio on the left picture. We're going to see one of these cenotes, where sacrificial pools, also where the bulk of the water of this area comes from. Water percolates through the limestone and then collects inside of the
Why?
This one was excavated early in the 20th century, and many gold and jade objects were found, as well, of course, as the bones of the sacrificial victim. And finally, if you walk far enough, you're able to see this rather unique building was an astronomical observatory. The Maya were almost fanatical about the stars and also the concept of recording time, and their calendar was incredibly accurate, especially the fact that they existed or their prominence was more than 1,000
I wonder if there's a faster way
Hi, this is Brian Forster.
to open the glass
Caribbean.
with the mainframe stuck. Because I already had some really interesting clips where he did some quick pauses where he walked away after the third quick pause or something on the fourth and fifth, and it's still open, which was insane to see. I might even try something like that next time.
But we were there, so
Why not?
had this image put up with picture gesture. So the site may have been called Zama, meaning city of the dawn, essentially the sunrise. Where it stands on a bluff facing east towards the Caribbean Sea, and is also the Yucatan Mayan word for vent, wall, or trench. The walls surrounding the site allowed the Toulouse fortress to be defended against invasions, and Toulouse had access to
Why?
land and sea trade routes, making it an important trade hub, especially during the city. From numerous depictions and murals and other works around the site, Toulouse
Alright, I'll do one more session, and then I'm gonna lift weights in a maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. Oh my god.
Next, we're going to have our guide give you a little description.
We are going now. Where we are now? We are right here. Now we will go to the walk for delivery. We can deliver you. Never mind, I would like to tell you about the other thing. You see, before you see the noise, you use the internet.
Now, because our guide Sergio had been to Toulouse probably 200 times, he was able to maneuver us away from the general crowd and allowed us to see some places that most tourists don't see, which was really good. So Toulouse was first mentioned by Juan Diaz, a member of Juan de Rialba's Spanish expedition of 1518, the first Europeans to spot Toulouse. The first detailed description of the ruins was published by John Lloyd Stephens and Frederick Castlewood in 1843 in the book Incidents of Travel in Yucatan. As they arrived from the sea, Stephens and Castlewood first saw a tall building that impressed them greatly, most likely the Great Castillo on the site. They made accurate maps of the site's walls, and Castlewood made sketches of the Castillo and several other buildings. Stephens and Castlewood also reported an early classic stele on the site with an inscribed date of AD 564, which is now in the British Museum. And this has been interpreted as meaning that the stele was likely built elsewhere and brought to Toulouse to be used. So Toulouse is actually quite a very small site. No actual evidence that I saw of megalithic ancient work, like we did experience at other locations such as Teotihuacan and Mitla when we were exploring Mexico on tour with the Hidden Inca Tours in February of 2019. But it is one of the most famous of the Mayan sites of that area, along of course with the Chichen Itza that also gets in the region of 10,000 plus visitors per day. So if you are in the area, I would definitely go and visit. A rainy day might be best when there will be less tourists. And the problem is that it's so close to tourist resorts that lots of cruise ships and other and massive hotels are relatively nearby. So place to visit, but honestly, I think there are much more interesting sites in ancient Mexico that do show us evidence of much older megalithic presence. One of the most amazing places you could ever hope to see in your life is the ancient center of Petra in Jordan. Now, I'm sorry, but standard academics have got this place completely wrong, and you will see over the course of this video that the standard story of archaeologists makes no sense whatsoever, because the construction technology of the so-called Nabatean people, who were the supposed builders, was nothing compared to what would have been required to create Petra in the first place. This, here you can see ancient tool marks, and you see this, and will see this over and over again, as well as this water channel that goes about 1.5 miles. It's been obviously repaired, likely by the so-called Nabatean people, but the original builders at this point in time are unknown.
Okay, we're at the beginnings of what's called the Seep, which is the entryway to the famous aspects of Petra in Jordan. And already we've been seeing tool marks similar to what we see at Baalbek in Lebanon and also on the Giza Plateau. Susan, our geologist, has stated that the stone in this area so far is likely about 7 on the Mohs scale out of 10. And in order to do that, to work this stone, you require very hard iron or steel tools. And they're talking conventionally that all this work was done 2,000 years ago. Where would they have gotten so many steel tools in order to do this work? Seek here is a natural
Yo, Moonraker, what's up, bro?
phenomenon. It was created by millions of years probably of water flow coming through, but in certain areas it's been expanded by somebody. And
I'm missing an aerial pool stream to watch it share. Oh, I understand. Aerial pool stream. Who's that? The girl? Are you big simping again, Moonraker? No, I'm just joking, bro. I'm just joking. What's up? You know, big pimpin'? 2023 is big simpin'. Not the girl in the emote. That's funny. Moonraker's got girls in different area codes. It doesn't work if you don't use the slang, the derogatory slang.
So here you see more repair work that was done, likely by the Nabatean people, and also possibly by the Romans. Again, the first people who were organized in this area supposedly were these Nabateans, with a bit of Greek influence afterwards, and then the Romans appeared, and after that, Petra was largely abandoned. And this water channel, which is broken in places,
Girls a different IPI.
would have to have been originally constructed using very hard steel tools at a minimum. And it's quite amazing.
Seems like every other city we
Both sides
go.
of the sea, and repair work by the
No
Nabateans
matter where I go,
is actually
I see the same
primitive form. Concrete or cement was utilized,
girls.
as well as broken bits of stone. But in some areas, the entire size of the channel or channels is eroded away. Here is primitive concrete.
Nice. Let's go. This is the one. I could feel it
Here
in my
again, more repair work.
loins.
Clay pipes and broken pieces of stone. Compare that to the original stone. It's night and day. So the Seek, I thought, was maybe a few hundred feet long, but as you can see, it just keeps going and going and going. And it leads you to the most famous part of Petra, which of course is called the Treasury. The Treasury is approximately 1% of the entire site of Petra. There's another location half an hour's drive away called Little Petra, which obviously was constructed by the same people. Many, or likely, many thousands of years ago.
Why?
Now Petra, or at least the treasury aspect of Petra, of course, is world famous. Millions of photographs have been taken of it. And the sad thing is that there are many tourists
Why?
who simply will travel down the Seek from the entrance gate. They'll take photographs of the treasury, then they'll turn around and go back. Having seen, as I said,
Why?
1% of the site. From the beginning of the entry gate to the end is 12 kilometers or 7 miles, with ruins on the left and right hand side.
Why? Like, why?
It's worth more than one trip, so we will be returning in 2019. And here in front of the treasury, you can see not only staircase or a staircase, but also chambers that go underground, underneath the treasury. And within the treasury itself, there's a chamber which is likely somewhere in the nature of 100 feet long, 100 feet wide, probably 30 feet tall. The amount of stone volume would be somewhere in the nature of 300,000
this hole into the bedrock like that is a hell of a lot So it's quite possible that the Nabateans found the treasury, at least the basic work, the cutting out the big chamber hall inside, etc. And then, since they were very wealthy people, because they were international in terms of trade, that they simply maybe hired Greeks to come and do all of the ornate carving. So again, like in many places, I think you're looking at two different time periods. You're looking at the initial shaping, which is just very pragmatic, being done by the first culture, and then the Nabateans who arrived somewhere around 300 BC. Maybe by 100 BC, they had made enough of a fortune that they were able to hire experts in other countries to embellish the work, such as here at the famous treasury. The treasury is only a small percentage of what Petra is, which we'll see that way.
So we leave the treasury behind because there are way too many tourists there, and I had no idea that this place was so massive. We were told by an Australian engineer, Antonio, who visited the year before, that it was a must-see because of its sheer scale, the astonishing amount of work that had been done, and the mysterious nature of who it was that did the actual work. You see this edifice? It's one of 20 or possibly 30 that are located in Petra. Very simple in execution, but a lot of work to produce. Here again, as we pan around, you see more and more of these amazing edifices. And the amount of weathering is quite astonishing too. It's simply wind and sand over the course of a couple thousand years, or maybe many thousands of years.
It appears to me that the initial work is actually quite simple in terms of form, like that in behind, where you have flat surfaces, you have the caves or the chambers, you have this domed area, and sometimes this curve. And then after that came the Nabateans, who hired artisans to do the surface work, especially at the treasury, because the treasury is right at the opening of the sea, so that's why they wanted it to look spectacular. I guess they didn't have the finances to be able to get all of the rest of this done in detailed ornamentation, which you will see momentarily.
Why? What is this nonsense, man? Ew, what I'm treating.
Chamber after chamber after chamber, all stated as being tombs, but we're looking at millions of cubic feet of stone that actually been
Oh, what chair? I think it was.
these old. Again,
I think it was
have to have been done either with a
me, my chair, because I wasn't here. Yo, can you repaste that link again, buddy? I didn't see the video. I'm sorry. If you could repaste that link again, that'd be amazing. I didn't watch it.
the following film is so-called Little Petra, which is not little
One
at
answer.
all, and it's very possible that in between Petra and Little Petra,
I'll watch it like right now. Thanks, buddy. Let's listen. Repost that link, orange. What? I didn't watch that one yet. Too.
Have to say, to hear their various perspectives that may be different than mine and lead me to new insights I otherwise might not have had, even if I think they're still wrong. Because to change people's minds, you have to understand why they believe the things they do.
I
I
agree.
also think it's very important to stay out of an echo chamber, which can
That's a
be
good point.
very easy to fall into during this online age of pervasive algorithms.
I concur.
So, Enough intro. Let's get into it.
Nice. That's funny. It's funny that you think I sound like him. That's cool, man. Some voice tone, the monotone. That's funny.
Among other things, Petra is astonishing because of its sheer scale. The idea that a tribal nomadic people started this from scratch and built the whole thing in the course of 200 or 300 years is completely ridiculous. But what's also amazing is you can see many examples of ancient megalithic work in Peru and especially in Egypt, where acoustics were a vital aspect of the whole construction. So what you're going to hear inside this master chamber will probably, hopefully, blow your mind.
It's so painful, man. I can't keep doing this forever. This video is also very painful right now. You better not do that again, I swear to God.
So, tuned to Om, just like the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Done on purpose. And these are the original tool marks.
LOL. Yeah, really, honestly, so annoying. Just... Yeah, thanks, one. Not much health. Too little health. It's not that fast. Thanks, man. Not that fast. The little health is really bad too.
Construction. One can imagine that someone comes in from the eastern deserts, discovers this site, finds almost all of this here, and decides to do some kind of construction. Since their ancestors
That's no
lived in the desert,
freaking
it's
way.
unlikely that they knew anything as regards stone carving, but building something out of stone, small stones, and mortar is likely. So it's pretty damn obvious to me that the site was found by the Nabateans because it's just so huge. I mean, it still goes off in this direction, off in that direction. As the geologist Susan Moore has stated to me today, this sandstone is not soft. Some sandstones can be soft, and others are harder. It depends upon how it was deposited, how much pressure was applied over time during the deposition. If it was metamorphosed, then it becomes quartzite. So here's the sandstone. She says the hardness of the stone is about 7 out of 10, 10 being diamond, so you would require, at a minimum, probably carbon steel in order to be able to
It was PB paste.
shape this. And there's just so much.
It was PB paste.
Carbon steel did exist
But I had like no health.
around 300 BC. I believe the Assyrians were the ones who were the masters of making it at that time. They likely did export it to places like
That would have been
Egypt.
wild. Thanks, bro.
And here, it would require
Thanks, homie.
thousands upon thousands.
Yeah, but that was the force stuck, right? Which is much slower. So the last 3-4 days I've been doing the natural stuck attempts,
Caves and
which have been
tunnels and
like
chambers were found, and then
really fast, you know.
the treasury were later detailed carvings done. because
That
this
was
is
a
the first
forced
step
stuck
when you
because
go through the sea.
I just want to get a completion.
Just like with you, Olivia, Turkey, Egypt, Greece, there's a megalithic component.
The guy singing, no, it would have been terrible. That would have been the worst.
What conventional, hopefully soon
That would have been terrible.
academics have to say about it.
Because I don't even understand what he's trying to show and portray.
Yep. On the donkey.
This is really fucking fast. Please. What? You can just suck a dick, you know that? Come on.
Slow down.
Thanks, man. Why? Like, fuck you.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed our little tour here of Petra.
Pardon me.
We basically covered most of the site. There's still more seemingly up here. If you'd like to join us, then please do. And you can follow me through my YouTube channel or also my mega website called hiddenancient.com. Enjoy.
Where are you? Why? Like, come on, man. Slow. What's up, bro? No worries, man. No sweat, bro. Good, bro. Congrats, man. Congrats. Glad to hear. Why? Fuck off. It's like, why? Man, like, why? This is really annoying. God damn it, these horses. I gotta fucking turn this shit off. I'm sorry. Terrible existence. Please. Clop clop. Yeah, really. Okay, I don't know. For the next like 20 minutes rest, I might do not force stuck, honestly, because just these natural stucks are just from that horse. Sorry, bro. You can't be serious. Another set of ads. I'm sorry, dude. That's just too much, guys. I'm sorry. This video is over too. He ended the video on the clop clop. Terrible. Really? Back, thanks, bro. He ended the video on the clop clop. The clip clop.
Hi, this is Brian Forrester, and this is Istanbul in Turkey. Its older name, of course, was Constantinople.
Thanks, man.
And this is what's called the Grand Bazaar. It's where you can buy basically anything. And I've heard that up to 200,000 people visit this site each and every day. You have to go through a metal detector, as you can tell. So here we are in the Grand Bazaar. Now, what does this have to do with megalithic sites? Well, that will be later on in the video.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that, my man. That's so kind. Appreciate that, my man. It's kind of you. Cool emotes.
After that, looking at the positive corn there, we have the Bosphorus, which is the seawater area to the field of the Queen of the Next
Alright. Oh my gosh, guys, this level's freaking so freaking hard.
Then on our way to mosques, which happen to be closed that day.
Leave you open, but we'll go to sleep. Night, mate. Yo, thanks, buddy. Good night, buddy. Peace, Moonraker. Appreciate it, man. Moonraker, the legend. The legend of Moonraker. The ledge. Night 69. Yeah.
Here you see the hole at one end where the ancient blade would have attached to this rather massive collar.
But it's, man, it's like every run I know it's like an improve. Every run I know it's my fault. It really is.
Now we are inside the Gyges.
I could be faster. I'm frame slow. I'm not frame perfect. I'm very far from it. I'm very slow. My reaction time is very slow still. Many frames.
Fresco mosaic patterns. Some of it from the Christian period, some of it from Islam.
Just all those bumps. All those bumps and curves and grinds and backs and late door openings.
Very curious because during the Greco-Roman time period, most of the pillars were made of many pieces of stone, not a single one.
Whatever. We're gonna get lucky one run. I can feel it. This is the one. I can feel it. Okay, not this one.
Utilizing forms of glossing and high technology,
Oh gosh. This is still live. Why? Why?
Now we're going to go to the second level in order to be able to look down at the main interior part of the Hagia Sophia.
I would say I definitely lost my mind September, October 2021.
Up and up we go.
September, October, November, December, January 2021, February 2021, 2022. I think I lost my mind. I think I have it back though. Why?
Inside, once again, beautiful inlay of the ceilings. Unfortunately, quite a bit of it is off. Why they are not being repaired, I don't understand. The scaffolding is not.
Man, I told so many of my people I know to fuck off. And it was just like I was a different person.
After that, we went underground.
Literally those words. Are you kidding me? What?
And this is called the Basilica Cistern. If you want to read the whole thing,
Oh,
the video.
I'm gonna lose my mind now.
Massive underground cistern, I believe, made during Roman times. And it hold an incredible amount of fresh water for utilization in ancient Constantinople. So this is us walking through the labyrinth system of the cistern. And one thing that caught my eye was what's called a prime pause. Again, hit pause if you want to read the whole thing. It's the only column inside that has this very interesting, all-seeing eye looking face carved into the single piece of column. Took us like an hour to walk through it. Then it was 2, push
clean. Pretty good. Oh, please don't be too high. Please. Please.
But what was most curious are these supposedly sarcophagi. The stone is called Imperial Porphyry, and a 7 out of 10 hardness. And again, it's only found, as far as I can tell, in the eastern desert Egypt. So I don't believe that these were quarried by the Greeks or the Romans. I think that we found these in ancient Egypt, and then later did embellishing detailed carving of the exterior. Also curious are these char marks that you can see where the lid of the box is set, as if there was an internal
Why?
explosion in exactly what
No, 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 no. Come on.
granite box still the same effect. What kind of internal explosion? We're still trying to figure that out. But these were, from a megalithic standpoint,
Shot too high. Whatever. Wasn't that fast. Never much health.
Hi, this is Ryan Forger. Today we're exploring a site in Turkey called San Simeon, which was a monastery and place of religious practice, pilgrimage from about 550 AD into the 1200s. Now, unfortunately, there are
Why?
giant turbines located in the same location. What we're going to see is that this was clearly originally a megalithic site, and then likely there was a series of cataclysmic construction
Go. No.
locations that we found
Why?
in Peru, for example. Then it was repaired during the patristic time period. Back wall, you can see the repair work is on the top, in the center of the wall. The rest of it,
Why?
most of it, is limestone bedrock itself. So the site was originally sculpted from the bedrock, and it's highly unlikely that this was done during the time period of 550 onwards. Again, look at the blocks on the left-hand side on the top. And the fact
Why?
that this was sculpted out of the bedrock. So this is what, again, we see in lots of other ancient sites. Important megalithic locations such as Caligula,
Oh my god, man.
also here in Turkey. There's the central pillar where San Simeon supposedly spent the latter 40 years of his life preaching. The chester there that shows him in scale. That again is the sculpted bedrock. And in behind you see obviously the wall damaged, repaired, damaged again.
Almost said it would be easy. Yeah, you're right, buddy. Hell yeah, that's a nice way to put it. Yeah. It's crazy. It's fun. It's the best. It's funny. It's a pretty funny level. Jaws' big smile, his big metal teeth, 64-bit smile. Jaws looking like the friggin' clown truck from Twisted Metal. It's a funny level. The yellow banana guards with the grenades, to the animation, the rolls,
Hi, this is Brian Forster, and we're very
to
close
the
to
helmets,
the Mediterranean in Turkey. What we're looking at,
the lasers. Yeah, dude, the guns in this level. Oh my gosh, oh my god, the best. Maybe caverns with the RCP-90, but dude, this level with the double you pass away Jaws pass away, you get double AR. It's just so good. The laser, you get double laser maybe? No, maybe just single laser. Oh, the double duck. It's the best. Like I see some levels you only get to use like the best guns in the game. You guys have no idea how much I practiced that backstrafe C down. Like not even memeing. To get a fucking run like this. It's just so, it's such a meme. You see that backstrafe? That was friggin' almost textbook. I can't remember if I was right or wrong, but whatever. It's not that fast. The textbook backstrafe. It's just so dumb.
I think this is definitely a candidate for lost ancient high technology and was found and then fine-tuned by the Romans. I don't think the Romans did this out of the bedrock way. This is here, this could be a natural surface. There in the background you can see the book of John. Left-hand side is some shading there in the limestone. This is the classic Roman art.
No! Come on!
Not particularly superfine workmanship, but then again, the big wall continues on the left side and now on both sides. Now this is the beginning of the actual Gyges concept. It's almost
Come on, man.
see the bedrock.
Like, come on, man.
Ceiling minimum of 20 feet tall. The Romans, of course,
I think I'm priming it late still.
and tools, but I think this is way too big of a construction project.
I got boosted like crazy, man.
Solely by hand during Roman times. Again, continue along. You see a water channel that has recently been repaired on the right-hand side. That was also probably a Roman work. So either this initially was
Yeah.
something created by water erosion over the course of millions of years, or it's a very good example of lost ancient high technology
What? Like, why?
fine-tuned during the Roman time period. When we walk out, once again, look at the blackness of the wall. Hi, this is Brian Forster, and
What?
look very carefully at the wall in the background. You see holes cut into the bedrock. Now we're in Cappadocia, which is in central Anatolia in Turkey. Simply going
Why?
a number of these chambers carved into the bedrock. The material is actually quite soft. Most of it is volcanic ash. So it's not a question of high technology to cut these chambers, but it's the sheer volume of them. Not simply in this location, but in many locations. We drove for hours and hours, kept count of these.
What?
Absolutely astonishing. Now, in most accounts, it's believed that this was done by early Christians who were fleeing persecution in other countries. So they came to Turkey where they were being persecuted. But I get the gut feeling that these are thousands of years old and not that the Christians simply utilized them because they were already there. There are also a number of these particular churches, such as this one,
What? Why? What? Like, why? It's just so dumb, guys.
Again, not the difficulty of making them, simply the sheer volume of them is quite incredible. In some cases, there are multiple stories about to upload soon. A video about one of the underground cities that we went to in the Cappadocia area. For that, here we are again in another here, it looks like some of them are still being utilized.
Why? So dumb. Just go with it. Why?
But again, the material is very soft. Here we're going to another one. Different niches used for different purposes. Even a second story in this one. The garden to the walls and ceiling from centuries of fires. People that probably cooking fires inside.
See how I'm like a million times better doing left strafe through there? You see how that was like a million times better? Holy shit. Hey, Mike pulled the video of the sheep fucking bit.
This is one of the nature centers and nature tourism. Of course, there were
Oh my god.
people that simply had to deal with that on the stairs. Some of the other
Oh my god. That's funny.
That's funny. There's a very long table cut into the bedrock. And then another church. It's called the Dark Church. Why it's called that, I don't know.
28.
It didn't really go inside because there were far too many people in single file going in and then trying to come back out with a single entrance exit. Then another location.
Yes. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Scam. I got hit like instantly right out of the thing. Maybe I should have looked down more. Damn it. Maybe I should look down more into the big room, maybe. Fuck. That's fucking fast though. Ish. It wasn't fast because I was the force stuck. It's still not fast because of the force stuck. Oh my god. Natural stucks are way faster. Like, I just gotta keep doing the natural stuck, I think. That wasn't that fast.
Underground city in Turkey. Now this is one of the most enigmatic, strange places I've ever been.
That was maybe like 140 pace, maybe?
Supposedly, it was constructed
Maybe.
by the Phrygian people in the 7th or 8th century BC.
Sucks. I think I should have looked down more going into the big room. I kept looking up just because the glass hasn't been breaking for a long time. Maybe I gotta look down and then just sharply look up in the big room, you know what I mean? To lure the glass break. I don't even know. I think it's just completely RNG, my friends. It's not true at all.
Underground series of shafts and tunnels, or was done in the very, very
It was about 3 seconds slower than what I kind of ideally want to happen with the natural stuck. Just judging by the pass away times. I think we should keep doing the natural because we've had runs where we've almost had PBs, right? It was just big room passing aways. We've had runs where we've uploaded the tape even. So I think we gotta do the natural stuff, my friends. It's the only way. That was 140 pace at best, maybe. Maybe better, but what was it, a fast dark room? It was a pretty shitty dark room. It's a pretty terrible dark room. The left straight from way better. That's why. What? Why?
Now the stone involved is a relatively soft, probably compressed
What is this?
ash, but it wasn't soft enough for me to be able to scratch with a key or knife. So again, it's harder than what they state in terms of the standard story. You can see how narrow the passageway is, and how many 20,000 people who live in the United States, except for the large chamber of this, up and down the staircase. The other intriguing thing is that the stairs there were put in the 1960s, so before that, it was simply a series of ramps going down underground. So how it's easy to get down into, how do you get back out again? You have a number of roads. So on the left side, not going to be able to see, that's where there's another natural stairs down for ventilation. But the other, almost all of the area would be pitch black if not for the series of artificial lights that were installed. The other odd thing is that it was lost to history up until the 1960s when a man
Why?
work or excavation in the lower part of his house, and then he broke through and exposed the existence of this for the first time in possibly
And Aztec had arguably the best multiplayer level. The complex. Such a good level. Terrible for newbies, but for people that own the game, the complex was top notch in terms of level design.
starts on simply on the surface and goes down into the ground.
Because
Stairs that were installed in the 1960s, they're
specifically, yeah, facility 2. Facility is really chaotic though, it's a little too small. The complex, it was like, there were some rooms that were hallways that if you were with a skilled player,
but it was hard to judge
you were toast. But there was somewhere you can get away with it. So, and everyone knew it. Guys, my C button just stopped working. Man. I'm so weird. Just stopped working. Why? What?
So this is one of the last staircases going back up again. If you are in Turkey, I would definitely recommend visiting again.
What?
Very mysterious.
Why?
Cappadocia area is full of ancient mysterious locations, almost all of them cut into the bedrock. Finally, this is the last level. See some mortar, stone put together. And this is coming up through that.
Please, like, please. Why? Oh my gosh, my friends.
Today we're exploring Cappadocia in Turkey. The most famous aspect of this ancient Hittite site are these two lion figures. We're going to see evidence of two different levels of this.
Oh, why?
One rock right there. This, which is megalithic. Gigantic stones as they once were. This wall section was obviously victim to a massive earthquake that pulled it apart. You can see other parts are tight fitting, relatively.
Why?
Originally there would have been no mortar whatsoever. Here you can see that it's tight fitting in this area. There you see where it's been pulled apart, ancient and massive cataclysm, likely an earthquake. Now on the right side of this tight fitting work, and there in the background, very rough. So clearly two different stages of construction. Rough on the right.
Oh my gosh, my friends. This level, this game. I love it.
Also evidence of ancient drill holes.
Why?
And 100 ancient core drills. By looking in detail, you see lots of weathering inside, so these are in no way modern. After that, a relatively improved staircase, dating from the Hittite period. And into a massive tunnel. Now this tunnel is composed of large megalithic blocks, but they're not particularly tight-fitting, so it's very likely that this again is from the Hittite period, and not from the older, more high-tech megalithic period. You can see that the wall, the tunnel is quite long.
Toad, I don't think you can buy a manual Corolla now. I was on the Toyota website, 2023 Toyota Corolla website. I don't think you can buy a manual. I think maybe only in the super fancy, expensive trims. It's crazy. That's right, companies worldwide phasing out for yo, thanks, man. Yeah, it's crazy. CVTs, I hear they slip. I don't know. I like the manual transmission. That's crazy though. No manual Corolla. What, in Canada? What about worldwide? Corolla might be the most. The manual Corolla might be the most numerous vehicle in the world. Especially in like Africa and shit. Like Iran, Afghanistan. CVT, interesting. Oh, I didn't know that.
Next set of arches,
That's interesting.
again you see crease in the stone.
That's crazy.
Looks like it could have been
So CVT's a Japanese worldwide thing, not just a Toyota America thing.
here to more of the core drill holes.
Yeah, man, and the Honda Civics, they're expensive now. They start off at like $28,000-$30,000. It's insane. Chevy is the worst. How do you know so you know so much about this, man? Fucking wise man.
Again, two different styles of construction.
Yeah, I might go to the Chevrolet dealership.
Looks like they have cabins
Just talk to them, see what's up. The word on the street is.
done by Hitler.
Because it looks like I might be doing this Uber Eats or Uber for a long time.
Again, perfect core drill hole in the middle. I think at this stage,
That's what it looks like.
large together.
So yeah, I'm looking at the Hyundai Elantras and stuff now. They stopped making the accents too. Better off buying manual. Yeah. Oh, for sure. My goal is manual, but I kind of need it to be. Thanks, homie. I might just end up paying for the repairs of the RSX for now.
There are three at the moment. We're going to see four more core drill holes. Here's the large
11, yeah. In theory. Online. That's what I mean. I want to go talk to them. I want to be like, hey, how long will it take to get here, and what is it out? What's the outdoor price after taxes, after markup, after delivery charge from the factory? They usually charge like $2,000 for delivery on a new car. Some bullshit. This run is just so dumb. It's too slow.
This is still the limestone. How eroded the surfaces are.
It'll last like 4 years. Yeah. Oh, I agree. If I can get it, that's what I would buy it. Just for food delivery, or even friggin' Uber, drive, airport trips. But there's a lot of, I mean, yeah. Hockey games. Maybe Uber to the hockey games. It's far as fuck. Alright.
It's quite massive. And now we're going to start looking into granite. These stones at one time likely fit together without any mortar, cement, or filler of any kind. Now we are approaching the granite area. Again, in the limestone, more of the core drill holes.
Yeah, I need to go in and talk to them.
This technology was not developed, as far as we know.
But it's weird. The used Spark, the used car market for the Spark in Ottawa is like, I see some for like $18,000 for a used one. $17,000. 2013 was $14,000, $15,000. Like what? So how, are they even able to get the new ones? Like it's fucked, man. So yeah, the Civic is $28,000. So I'm not getting a Civic. I'm not getting a Corolla. I go to Kia. A used Forte Coupe would be pretty cool. Manual used Forte Coupe. Or even a Cruise. A used Cruise hatchback or something. Even the 2000, what year was that? Like 2015, 2014 Cruise sedan was pretty small. The Corolla manual, the last years. Dude, I went to Tesla.ca. The Tesla 3 is $54,000. $54,000. I guess that's 35,000 American, more or less. Damn, 54,000 Canadian dollars. That's insane. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, man. Dick, if you're, or Toad, if you're still here, what do you think the chances are the Ninja Lifestyle is gonna make it on time for the pod today? At 6:30, stop crying, poser. 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Isn't he already late? Why? No, he starts at. It's supposed to be 6:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 Pacific. So yeah, I mean, I might stream till then. I may raid him around 6:30 or so, because I got to eat dinner with my folks, which I would like to, and then I might do a lifting stream tonight. A weightlifting stream, like a late night lifting stream. I think it'd be really good. It'd be really, really, really good. What are you doing? Like, why? Why?
just after the series of great cataclysms that hit the Earth.
Why?
So the oldest carbon dating, and there's only been a little bit of carbon dating done on the site, again, is 11,500 years old. Obviously, a lot more of radiocarbon testing should be done in order to make that number solid. So only about 1/30th of Göbekli Tepe has been excavated. We've heard that there are some more excavations going on, but not enough that some like building a smaller tent-like structure over top of Göbekli Tepe in order to protect these large limestone big blocks. Some of them are up to 20
Why?
weigh approximately 10 tons. So this is a megalithic site, but there's no sign of lost ancient high technology.
Yeah, guys, I don't think no body armor is actually viable for me. I don't think so. I really don't think so. The setup was good, but the ending, it's just so terrible. And then you don't enter the room in full speed either. That's the thing. I don't think I'm really ready for the no body armor yet, or the crouch ending. I mean, even. I don't think so.
And it shows this, which is presumed to be the oldest sculpture, full-size sculpture ever found. As well as this location in the Neolithic section. And you can see that the carving and the sculptures are actually relatively crude. So again, the Göbekli Tepe is a megalithic.
Why?
Megalithic site. It's not a site where we find examples of lost ancient high technology, as we do in Peru and Bolivia, and also in Egypt and other locations. Turkey does have a great megalithic ancient high-tech site called Manchuria, which I will get to in an upcoming video. And of course, the standard way that it shows that the stones were moved. I had heard from our guide that the quarry for the limestone is possibly 30 kilometers away, so that's impressive. It would have obviously taken more than 2 men to pull a stone of this size, let alone the ones that are 10 tons or even more. And also,
Why?
great mock-up inside the museum of exact replicas of the Göbekli Tepe stones. This gives you a great sense of scale, because you're not allowed inside the Göbekli enclosure. So I was very happy to visit Göbekli Tepe. I was impressed by what ancient people did. Whether I will actually
Why?
again to Turkey, I'm not quite sure. Because this was filmed in September of 2019, which is actually still the month as of the upload of the video. And I'm more concerned with sites that show obvious lost ancient high technology. This site, to me, in no way displays.
Why? Little. Oh my gosh, my friends. Why? Oh, please. Please. Oh, what? No. No, no. No, no, no. What? So I had no health anyways. 27. Oh god. Sorry for the freak out. I must be really annoying when I freak out. I really apologize. I really do. Was that a throat shot? What? Why? Oh my god. Guys, I want to be in that upper echelon. I do. I really do. In the next level. Whatever that level denomination is. I want to be next level, my friends. In this level.
So
And all.
again at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, this could very well be my 50th trip here, but every time we find something new, because this is a place of forensic study. It's not grandiose like Machu Picchu or Cusco is, but its history dates back thousands upon thousands of years, and this is where we find incredibly obvious examples of lost ages.
Why?
So today we're fortunate in that we have 85-year-old British engineer and inventor Tony with us, and we're going to see what insights he has as to what we're going to be looking at here. Conventional archaeology states that Tiwanaku began construction more or less about 2,000 years ago. We're going to see evidence of ancient high technology that probably dates back many thousands of years.
Why?
So what you're looking at is what is called the Akapana Pyramid. It originally had 7 levels, and now you can see it's all covered in dirt. And the question is that dirt the result of a massive cataclysm from Lake Titicaca that basically buried the structure? So what you're looking at there is reconstruction, probably during the Tiwanaku culture period. The stones do not tightly fit together, and it's a mix of the gray andesite and the red sandstone. Whereas here,
Why?
that's the original construction. Everything is tight fitting together, and it's all solid red sandstone. And these column-like things were found buried.
Oh, come
That was
on.
the level. They were found buried 3 feet underground, giving the possible idea that a giant mud wave came from Lake Titicaca in that direction and swept over the entire site, burying the Akapana Pyramid. And here too you see some of the original blocks in place. That one is heavily damaged. And most of the rest of the wall that was originally here was harvested.
Oh, the duck.
in
That was
order to
huge.
construct
I have no health.
the town, original town
Why?
Likely the 16th century over in the distance. And here too you see reconstruction that was done. This could be ancient reconstruction, but the vertical columns are the original, and look at the extent of the weathering. And here too you see modern reconstruction, and then there's the original
Slow.
level. And again, the amount of weathering, and that first level was buried in at least 3 feet, if not more, of mud. The quarry for the red sandstone is in the distance there. It's about, it may not even be this mountain, it could be over that mountain. The quarry has been estimated to be 10 kilometers from the site. And the gray andesite, which is the other material, is even more amazing because it comes from the top of a volcano 70 kilometers away. And a lot of these stones are at least 10 tons. So the question is, how would a relatively primitive people like the Tiwanaku move stones of that scale when we are above the tree line? There are no trees for rollers in this area whatsoever. So that, in fact, is where the quarry is, Cerro or Mount Capia. And these are some of the original andesite vertical columns. Of course,
I'm so lucky.
it was done in very recent times.
I'm playing on a 32-inch CRT. I'm really lucky. I'm really blessed.
Some of these stones are.
Really blessed. Super heavy TV, RCA, Color Track Plus,
The surface here.
Epic
has
TV.
groove patterns in it. And some people say that this is hand.
The one with the little doggy.
And other people say that it could have been machined.
The dog listening to the radio player.
It's rough now,
It's
of course,
RCA.
because of its extreme antiquity. And here we have Tiwanaku period
It's a really nice experience.
reconstruction. You see the
Especially NES on here. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
And
Like
they
Mega
didn't
Man.
care what the shape or size was.
So
They
good.
were just building a wall.
Area 64 is also amazing.
And
So is
the
Donkey
famous
Kong.
Sun Gate, you see the extreme erosion on this side. The perfect flatness that is the other side, and much better preserved front, which means that it lay down on this surface in the mud for a very long period of time. Thousands of flat surfaces are the original
Why?
pre-Tiwanaku culture, and then the Tiwanaku people themselves did the carving much later. And what you can see here is that they actually never finished it on the left-hand side.
Why?
So the original site of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, which are the same place, just because they have a fence around each one with a different name on it doesn't mean that they're different. They're the same place. And the original construction had no art whatsoever.
Why?
All of the artwork you see of the Birdman, the Viracocha figures, etc., was all added later, thousands of years later, by the Tiwanaku culture, who found this as an abandoned complex. Also, there are some pieces here that are clearly still
Come
alive,
on.
like this block here. And here, and there, and there. And again, these astonishing flat surfaces.
Why?
Thousands upon thousands of them here. There's no way that a Bronze Age culture could have done all of that work very hard. And this is where the Tiwanaku people themselves were making score marks in order to break the stone into smaller pieces. You see how crude the workmanship is as compared to this more ancient surface. And here you have what are called keystone cuts. Molten bronze was poured into those recesses. The question is, how would a primitive people be able to melt bronze at 13,000 feet above sea level? And there have been ground-penetrating radar studies of this area, and they have found that there are chambers underground at this site. So even though 90% of Pumapunku and
Seems like-
Tiwanaku was harvested by cultures going back as far as 1,000 years, there's a lot underground still to discover. The question is, will it ever be excavated? And here actually is an example. This is a relatively recent excavation. You see it goes down at least 2 feet. And what they found is they found the opening to this. Right now it's full of water, but it could actually be part of a system of different chambers. It may be a chamber by itself, but maybe not. Maybe it's part of a system of ancient underground chambers. At Tiwanaku. So, Tony, what have you discovered?
Well, if you look at this radiation, it's tested radiation, as you can see here on 2021.
Right.
21 point. Move across to this block here. What's it say? It says 57.
Wow, 58.1.
And that is, it's a different...
60.5.
And this block also affects the magnetic compass, this particular block.
Oh, really? This one?
Yes. We can show that the needle moves differently
Oh, yeah.
in the sides of this piece.
Right.
So Tony's right with his measuring. The needle is pointing north.
Yeah.
If we move slowly, the needle goes almost 45 to 30% off. You know.
So background radiation here, 21.9, about 20. And as we approach the darker stones, like this one, 46.2, 46.7. So why would we be reading radiation here at Tiwanaku on the Altiplano of Bolivia? I don't think anybody has actually ever brought on this here.
Why?
It's quite intriguing. Also, the red sandstone seems to be inert. It's not effective.
Oh my gosh.
Same as the background. But then this one we come up to. See the red sandstone? Nothing, zero effect. When we come to this stone here, 80, 135, 135, 140. So that's 7 times as high as it should be. So the highest reading we've got so far is 7 times background radiation, 140.
Why?
So what we want to do next is go to Pumapunku and see readings on the H blocks and other beautiful pieces of the ancient andesite there. So what you're looking at there is a tunnel that connects to a shaft that goes to the top of what is called the Akapana Pyramid. And where we are is in what's called the Sunken Temple, which is the one with all the heads. And one theory is that before it was a ceremonial temple with the carved heads, etc., that this was part of a metallic ore processing plant thousands of years before the Tiwanaku culture. So what it could be, because mineral ore is found all over this area. You have copper, you have tin, you have silver, you have gold, you have amalgams of all these different ones, that this could have been actually a settling pond, that they poured a mix of water
Not bad, not bad.
and the metallic ore in the reservoir that was on top of this. It went down the shaft, through the tunnel, down another shaft, through another tunnel, into this settling pond, and then as the metals would start to sink, they would separate. Gold would be the heaviest, dropping to the bottom. Then they would simply pull the plug on in the corner here. All the water would come out.
Again?
You would have this layer of metals, and so you could skim that, and then through processing it, you could separate it into gold, silver, tin, copper, etc. It's a theory, at least. Why else would somebody build a sunken temple? Okay, we're in the village of Tiwanaku, here in the Altiplano of Bolivia, private residence, and we are being given permission to a large sculpture or model that's inside some of these caves. So that big sculpture was found when they were actually building the house. Yes, found exactly where it was located. I'm with Antonio Portugal, 40-year expert of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, and we also saw there were numerous other stones from Pumapunku.
I think I have to do the natural stuff, my friends. It's the only way.
Senora Ida said that every house here
It's really the only way.
stones. We know, obviously, now that only about 10% is left on the site.
I'm too slow otherwise. I'm way too slow.
And as evidence of that, we're going to walk into another.
Oh, man.
Once again, we're at the ancient site of Pumapunku, the Altiplano of Bolivia.
Oh, why?
Part of the complex
Why?
is also known as Tiwanaku. They're both the same place. It's just one fence surrounds one, another fence surrounds another. And this is one of the most mysterious places on the planet because there is no way that the so-called Tiwanaku culture was the responsible for the original constructions because we're looking at obvious lost ancient high technology. So as you can see, a lot of this was found buried under at least 2 feet of mud.
Ninja lifestyle. The question is, will Ninja wake up in time for the Stop Crime Poser podcast? Twitch.tv at Ninja Lifestyle. 6:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Two of the famous
Yo, what's up, Ninja? Yeah, I saw that message, man. Bitch.
how many that were originally, and each
Yo, what's up, man? Yo, thanks, Ninja. Go to Breeder and watch it. Thanks, man. Then stream. Nice, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Cool. I'll raid you. I'll raid you at 6:30 or whatever.
red sandstone
Thanks, man.
slabs.
Yo, Sayonara. What's up, man?
And the
What's up,
quarry
Ninja? Epic stream last night, man.
is either the top of those mountains or even behind
What's this? Why?
10 kilometers away.
Hell yeah, man.
So what we've discovered today
Vodka gets me drunk. Oh my gosh, man. You were
is
friggin'.
radioactive.
You were full fist in that bottle.
About 22.
You did! Sayonara, what? 16.
The famous
Insane, man. Yeah, man.
outside,
Hell yeah, dude.
not much
Are you in, what's it called?
to the inside,
Were you picked for league, buddy?
jumps up or doubles.
Yeah, I don't have 16. 1.2. Oh, dude, I can imagine. I want to try doing the 2.4 or the 2.2, whatever it is.
Oops.
Hell yeah, man. General Goats.
Oh,
Nice,
there it is.
man.
Quite weird.
Sick. From the UAE. From the Middle East. That's dope, man. That's big. The Big Four? Or the Boring Four? Should be called the Big Four. So that's what it is. I suck, guys. Best middle. Nice. Hell yeah. What? Why? They're awesome. Yeah, nice. And also the worst one? Why worst? Oh, until someone else. That's hilarious. GG. Yeah, I don't have 16. I want to get back to it, do it. Alright.
Now, the strange thing is that the ambient radiation at Tiwanaku, which is over there, read 21 to 22. Here, it's 90. So that's more than 4 times the level of radiation at Pumapunku as compared to Tiwanaku. And again, some of the famous H blocks. So we have.
Why? Why are you not? It's eating my inputs, man.
A very simple compass, and he's reading strange things.
It was eating my inputs. Two X, yeah, buddy. My 2 controllers for sure. This IKEA shelves one shaky bitch. No body armor. Yeah, well, it was slow. It was too slow. So, yeah, exactly, man. What I was doing there was
Also, the H blocks are highly magnetized.
I had full health, so I wanted to see how fast it would be to pass away the guards in front of the glass. But then there's a guard that trolled and the glass didn't open. So, and then it ate all my inputs in the dark room. To switch back to the, so we switch back to the gun. Then you shoot it down, then you shoot the drone out. But it's extremely hard, and then you gotta do the duck strike at the end. I think the chances of me getting it are near 0. So, but the chances of me getting one of these is like not near 0. Yes! Yes, lead when noiseless when not nice. Nice quote, man. Hell yeah, man. Yes, with Arnold. Arnold. Mr. Screw Your Freedoms, Arnold. Shaky piece of shit, too. I think I know which one you got, man. IKEA shelf? I think I know what you mean. It's a great quote, dude. One thing I don't like is when people try to talk when they try to explain something just to, because they're insecure, when in reality they don't know what they're talking about on a subject. Drives me nuts. I'm not saying you have to be knowledgeable in everything, but
Another thing that most people don't know is that one of
the
the
human
H blocks was not finished. It is incomplete, and that's what we're going to look at next.
Yeah.
Two
Well
different
said.
types of technology involved in the cutting.
well fucking said.
Not only of the H blocks, but probably all of the andesite.
But the quote also has an edge of humility too, because it's like every day you're learning, and there's times that you're not gonna know, and that's the point. Yeah, Ninja would know. Yeah,
Perfectly flat.
Ninja's human race rants on YouTube are some of the best. Where he just rants about the human race as per his comments YouTube section. It's hilarious.
Next H block. Beautiful finish here of the outside. Crisp corner. But
Because only he has gone down that rabbit hole
design has not been carved in.
of society.
The corner is rounded and the surface is rough. perfect on the
Oh, Ninja, there's also a new strat for Bunker 1 SA. I have 26, which is worth 0 points. And with a new strat,
Also
I can
finished
get 25, maybe, on a really good run.
but unfinished.
I'll show you after this run.
So we're looking at two different
You
kinds
shoot
of
out the
technology.
cameras.
There's one came in here almost like sandblasting because it's quite rough and the corners are round. So this is not
What is this?
cutting
What?
tool that we would think of. And then afterwards, a second type of cutting is involved, making these beautifully crisp corners. We have an engineer, Tony, who's here, who's done a lot of machining in England.
Bunker, yeah, Bunker 1 SA.
And he has no idea
I forget how to play this, so...
century technology that could be achieved.
Oh my
You
god.
see where the flat
You shoot out the
surfaces
cameras.
are, where they intersect, there are no tool marks, no sanding marks, and yet the surfaces are within a few thousandths of an inch of being laser flat.
Oh yeah, it has to be auto aim off. Then you go like this. Oh. And now you pause to take out the camera. I fucked it up. I'm not gonna do it. I need to practice it. And then you do the 2.x ending. I have 26 on English. That ace run is rough. Yeah, it's insane. So I might do that too. There's a bunch of levels I want to get. I want to try doing the archives with 2.x, the 2 controllers. Dude, it's insane. Let me show you, man. My 2.x controller, it's like a GameCube stick. Let me show you. Oh, dude. Ninja, also check this out. I put tape on my stick. Check out this photo. I put some hockey tape on it. Ace. Perfect ace. Ryan is run. What the fuck is this? It's the secret strats. This is my 2.x controller. The left right is a GameCube stick in a N64 controller. I dremeled it. That's how we got 53. Oh, damn. No, that's Dick. That's Dickus gone. That's not me that wants to enslave a race of humanity. That's Dickus gone. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Oh shit. it's Toad, yeah. No worries. Not surprising. Toad the slave master.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben. I have another video for you today. This is a podcast that I did recently with Brian Forrester, as well as Jimmy from the excellent Bright Insight channel. Jimmy and I had recently traveled to Egypt last year. This was the first chance I had to catch up with him, and I've also been meaning to speak with Brian for probably more than a year now. I've spoken with him before, I've also traveled with him before. And he's an excellent guest. He's very knowledgeable. So I was very much looking forward to the chance to sit down and talk with both of these guys. Some of you may have seen this video. It's also on Brian's channel as well as Jimmy's channel. I've spent the last few days editing mine up. I've added a lot of footage into this. I've kind of given it a lot of background imagery that backs up and sort of shows some of the sites that we're talking about. And I also wanted to use this video to let you all know that I will be joining Brian on his tour of Peru and Bolivia that is happening in August of this year of 2021. Jimmy will also be there, so this is going to be kind of a follow-up to our Egypt tour. It's kind of a last-minute opportunity. I'm joining Brian's tour as it is. If you'd like to join me, you can do so. There are still some spots open on this tour. You can find the details of this tour on Brian's site. It's hiddenincatours.com. There'll be a link to it below in the description. This is the tour, the Megaliths and Ancient Spirituality tour of Peru and Bolivia. Again, runs from August 9th to 18th. I will also be there for the pre-tour, which is I think starts on the 6th of August. That involves the Nazca Lines and Paracas. It's a great itinerary on the tour. I'm very much in support of this, very much looking forward to it, and I hope to see a few of you there as well. So, in any case, I hope you enjoy the podcast. Cheers. All right, well, welcome back to the podcast. I'm really pleased to say that I'm joined today by a couple of my favorite people, and this has been a long time in the coming. We've got Brian Forrester from Hidden Inca Tours. Brian, how are you?
Lovely. How about you?
Good, mate. Yeah, good. I know we've been threatening to chat for quite some time, and we're also joined today by Jimmy from the Bright Insight channel, a good friend of mine, and somebody that I've just we had shared we had shared a trip to Egypt. Yeah, Jimmy, good to see you, mate. How's it going?
Great to see you guys. Yeah, we had a blast in Egypt. There's so many things to chat about with that. And this is my first time chatting with Brian Forrester directly, which is awesome. Couldn't be more excited. I've said it a million times. You're the guy. I was researching these ancient topics back in 2015, and I came across a video of you at the Serapeum with the 100-ton boxes, and now here we are, 5-6 years later.
Yes.
Wow, pleasure.
Yeah, it's great to get all you guys together, and like I said, I've also been talking with Brian's one of the people that got me originally interested in all of this as well. In fact, I first met him on tour in 2013 with Graham Hancock. That was one of the first exposures I had to all of these things, and ever since then I've kind of been pestering Brian on and off probably for the last 7 or 8 years. We did some interviews with him on an older YouTube channel, and I've been down to Peru and said hello a couple of times since then. So yeah, I'm great. I'm glad we're getting the chance to chat about all this stuff. It's been fun.
Yeah.
So I'd probably start with something that is fresh in mind, and that is that Jimmy and I had just come back. This is the first time also, Jimmy, that we're getting to chat about the Egypt trip. So we had what was a really intense but also very fun, I think, trip to Egypt in late November, early December of last year, which was kind of a crazy time to try and do it, but we kind of managed to pull it off. It was a good couple of weeks.
It was amazing. It was epic. And it's surreal to think that was just a little over a month ago that we were there. It seems like, I mean, it seems real recent, far more recent than 6 weeks ago. But yeah, that being my first time there and doing it with you, and like you said, it was an intense trip. We were busy. It was because we went to 24 sites in 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, it was
Whatever it was,
packed.
and packed, and it was a bit tiresome, but that's not a complaint because I've already forgotten about that part, because it's like everything I saw exceeded my expectations. Everything's bigger when you see it in person, and we'll get into those details in a second, but I just want to say that traveling with you was awesome. You're a great travel buddy, and you'd already been to these sites, that was your 5th time, I think?
Something like that,
Yeah, and you were just pointing so many things out to me that I had never even heard of. There were so many details on that Giza plateau that I was like, I didn't know that was there. Like these piping systems and those massive blocks at the top of the causeway, shit that just, me that's been looking into specific things like the Sphinx and the pyramid and the blocks and the technology, and there's all these other nuanced details there that are worthy of discussion. And anyway, it was a pleasure to travel with you, and we're going to do it again. We got to travel together again someplace.
We are, in fact. Yes, yeah. That's in fact, we just before we started recording this, we've kind of been plotting on some ideas, because it's one thing that I've always also enjoyed South America and Peru, and obviously Brian lives down in Peru, and so we were just talking about that. So if anyone's interested, and I know lots of people on probably all of our channels are, we are talking and thinking about putting together a trip with all 3 of us down to South America and Peru, probably even this year. So stay tuned. The next couple of weeks, hopefully, we'll get those details worked out, and we'll announce something. And if people want a chance to join us down in South America and Peru, I think that will be coming up in the near future.
We got to make it happen. We got to do it. Right, Brian? What are you thinking?
Well, it'll be a pleasure to explore these places with you too, and with other people of like mind from around the world. I've been doing this for about 13 years, so we have a system down that's very efficient in terms of moving people around, making sure everyone's happy, and blowing their minds with the incredible megalithic stuff that's in Peru and Bolivia. So, yeah, I think it'll be a wonderful experience.
Yes, it should be.
Yeah.
In fact, Brian, you really, it's a place that I've only been to once, and it was on that trip with you in 2013. It's I think, indicative of the kind of experience you can get with traveling with you and with people that really know. Like, I consider you to be an expert, obviously an expert down there. And as you say, you live down there, you've been doing this for a long time. But Napa Huaca is one of my favourite little, Napa Iglesias is the other name people use for it. Wonderful little, crazy megalithic site that's not on any of the normal tourist itineraries. It's not something that many people get to go and see. It's kind of a little journey. You've got to walk up past a river, up some train tracks, and then hike up the side of a terraced hillside in the Sacred Valley to find this little megalithic cave that's up there made out of bluestone and granite. It's got this incredible shapes in the granite. It's not something that's an official site or anything, but yeah, that was. I assume there's all these little things like that all over South America that are just not part of your regular, well-known parts of it, but that are mind-blowing nonetheless. Stuff like that just to me just like this is there's something else that was going on here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a special little place, Huaca. If you look it up on the internet, most commonly it's listed as Nyauka Iglesia, but that's a mix of an Inca word with a Spanish word. So I consulted with my friend Wilco, and we decided to rename it Nyauka Huaca, which means the ancient sacred
Come on,
place.
that's a scam.
Couldn't get a proper Inca name rather than a mix like that. Yeah, there's still a number of places up around Cusco in the Sacred Valley that I haven't been to yet. Nothing big. I've been all the big ones. But my friend Wilco, my other friend, and Mr. Teo, they've lived in Cusco all their lives, so they know these subtle little locations that they want to take you to in the near future. Still a lot to learn.
Yeah, Jimmy, I don't know if you've seen it. We had a video on
Okay, I need a lot of health going into the final room. 115, wow, pretty fast.
Yeah, real special little corner.
I need a lot of health.
But yeah, Jimmy, one thing I wanted to ask you is, and I hadn't had the chance to do this yet.
Gotta go.
Because, as I said, there's
Feliz aniversário, yo.
talk much.
Obrigado, amigo.
That was your first trip to Egypt, right?
Obrigado, bicho.
And as you said, like it
It's
was
like, thanks,
when
man.
you're there, it's tiring and it's usually a busy schedule, but it's not the part that you take away from it. I guess my question is, what were your
Feliz
impressions of it?
aniversário.
You know, did you like? A lot of people seem
Sacanagem.
to feel that when you just
I
visit
mean,
Egypt,
it's like you're
there's
playing
nothing
around.
that calls you back. Like a lot of people I've talked to that visited for the first time, like man, it was just it was mind blowing and such.
Sacanagem.
And go and look at a lot of this stuff again after you had a chance.
If you write that in the Brazilian guys' chat, they're gonna probably like laugh. It means like being the fucking trickster, but it has like a lot of like like sexual innuendo and with funk, with Brazilian funk. It's like you're playing around.
It has such a good vibe. The people were wonderful. I mean, I'm talking the most friendly and welcoming.
Like there's a song, Brazilian
and
song,
it is
funk
something
song.
about, and people can think what they want, but I'm like,
Where they talk
there's-
about barbecue and
there's a
they're talking
vibe
about
it.
like pieces of the cow, but they're talking about they're talking about just
Is
like
that, like a little bit
having
quieter?
sex with like a woman.
And maybe the pollution is a little bit much for me, but like
It's like the Bob Dylan of
I could see myself living
Brazil.
there for a few months. There was something about it that was special, and I felt sad leaving. I mean, I was there for
MC
17
Catra.
nights 'cause I got there 2 nights before the
MC
before it
Catra
started.
is the
And
Bob Dylan of
when I was
Brazil.
leaving, I felt sad. I mean, it's always that feeling of that it feels good to go home, get in your own bed, and you're back into your routine.
That's like
But there was something about
Rio
it,
de
I'm like, I
Janeiro
already knew, I'm like,
funk
I'm definitely coming back. For a
from the
variety of
90s,
reasons. It was
2000s.
when you see everything for the first time, and some places you're a little bit more rushed than others. You know, some places you have plenty of time there and you really have time to take it in. But still, when you're seeing multiple places a day, and you're doing it every single day, you know, some things become a little bit blurry. I'm like, you know, I'm kind of like.
Oh my god, peace out, bro.
I was like a kid in a candy store. I'm like looking around. I'm like overwhelmed. I'm like, where do I take pictures? Because I think I'm at.
Thanks for being here, man.
23,000
That's
photos.
dope. I need to
I took
tell
like
everybody.
8,000 photos on my cell phone.
I'm gonna raid
and
Ninja pretty
then I'm
soon.
at like 15-something thousand on my mirrorless, and I'm like, I still haven't gone through all of them. But yeah, to answer your question, it exceeded my expectations. I can't wait to go back, and I just had the time of my life there. I remember telling you that when I was leaving to go to the airport. You're on your balcony at the hotel, and I'm walking out. I'm like, Ben, thank you. I had the time of my life. And the thing is, I've been telling people, like, more people need to go there. Like, don't bother. Don't Rome in ancient Greece. I'm sure that's all wonderful. I haven't been either. But
I gotta go with it. I gotta go with it.
Compared to Egypt, that stuff is like child's play, and I say that with respect. But
Whatever,
the
it's
stuff
not
that
very
Egypt
good, but
is
it's fine.
Next level. Everything's huge, and it's very affordable. I mean, what is it? $1 US goes 15 Egyptian pounds. Like, you could go live there like a king, and you can make, if you want to. There's different ways of traveling. You go on a tour, or if you want to do things on your own. There's different, you know, cost benefits going either way. But yeah, I just would encourage more people to do it, and I just can't say enough about it. And when people ask me, like, because like friends and family, you know, coming home, like, so what do you think about it? And like the first thing that I say, I'm like, Egypt's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys are going, right? Has that all been finalised and announced? Is that all happening?
This is the news. You announced, Brian. I haven't announced anything on my channel or anything like that. I was waiting to get all the details, and this has just been finalized the last few days. So, what's happening?
Yeah, well, all we're waiting for is the poster. But yeah, we're going to be going. This will be my 9th trip to Egypt. So our tour with Jimmy is going to be October 1st to 14th of this year. And I think it'll be a great time to go. The weather will still be nice. It won't be too hot. People's other concerns they don't have to worry about. I've heard almost nobody's wearing a mask in Egypt anymore because it's just, you know, the possibility of catching
It's really hard,
that
guys.
is basically zero. Of course, we'll be doing it with Patricia Awian, who I've been working with for about a decade. She's with a great company called Select Egypt Travel. We're very professional. There'll be a Nile cruise. There'll be all sorts of stuff that Jimmy has seen, but I don't think you've been to Tanis, have you?
No, we didn't make it out there. Made to the tour. I mean, we basically took a group vote and we decided to skip it because it was going to be like 6-hour drive or whatever.
It's a long
or is it
drive.
3.5 hours each way?
Yeah.
And but yeah, so we're going there, which I can't wait to see because that place is incredible. And also going down into the Sphinx's paws, because we didn't get to do that. We were up in above the enclosure, and so going down there by the paws is going to be. I want to be down there. I need to look.
Yeah.
I need to take a peek.
Inside the Sphinx enclosure is a good experience. I've been down there too. That's worth doing. Yeah, we had planned to go to Tanis, and what happened, it was kind of like a flow-on effect of what happened.
Why?
Part and parcel of the risks of traveling in 2020, late 2020, was that we had originally planned a Nile cruise on ours, and literally 2 days before we flew to Luxor, we got the call from. So we also used Select Egypt, and they tried to move. The government pulled all the permits for all the cruise ships. So we had a ship.
Why?
We had it all ready to go. But then, literally 2 days as we were on the tour, it was like, oh man, this is just happening. We're not going to let them sail. No cruise ships were sailing from what we could tell. And yeah, so we had to pivot and say, all right, we do Upper Egypt by bus, which you just, it ultimately sort of compounded as quite a bit of bus travel. And towards the end of the trip, it's like, well, we've got a day where Tanis and Bastet's like a big day, get up early. It is a long bus drive from Cairo, so we decided the group decided we'd rather spend another day
So
at Giza.
slow.
And at the Giza, you could spend a week just at Giza.
Good.
Easy. So yeah, we pivoted. I'm glad you guys are getting it done. So it's absolutely worth the trip, and it's worth the time it takes to get out there. It's a wonderful spot. I did a couple of videos on it. It's someplace I do want to get back to as well. But yeah,
Yeah. No, I found it completely like, it's probably the most bizarre sight in all of Egypt to me, because before that I'd only seen like 4 really bad photographs
Why?
that had been taken of some busted statues. But when you get there, it's like a lunar landscape. No plants grow at Tanis, because it looks like it was hit by some kind of incredible heat force and just blew the whole place to pieces. There are 12 or 13 massive obelisks that have all been snapped like styrofoam. Everything was found buried underground, so it's very, very mysterious. It's in the middle of a police military compound, which is kind of weird, but the first time I went to Tanis, I was completely blown away by it.
Me having not been there, it looks like, honestly, just from seeing pictures and video that you posted, I'm like, it looks like evidence of the cataclysm. Something terrible happened there. Pretty apparent.
Yeah.
And why else is it all buried under, and knocked over and everything's broken and the
Why?
massive structures,
Why?
statues and columns?
Yeah, it's one
Well,
of the
actually,
most.
one of-
Go ahead, Ron.
Well, one of the, there are a lot of incredible mysteries at Tanis too, because you see bits and pieces of broken this, broken that. You see obvious heat scorching on quartzite pieces, and then there's a foot. It's about 7 feet long, and I think it was Petrie or one of the other archaeologists who did the initial analysis, and he said that originally, he found it was either 1 or 2 statues that were broken, and based on the size of the foot, he estimated this statue of these 2 statues were more than 100 feet tall, made of 1 piece of stone. And so when you go to Tanis and you want to go and walk to the area where all these bits and pieces are, the military just tells you to come back. It's an area they will not let you explore, out of bounds. But that is Egypt.
Oh, the duck.
Egypt, if you find somebody who's got a key to open a door to let you in. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got to. There's definitely a way that country works. But I did a video about that statue in particular. Yeah, it was Petrie, and it was what was probably and possibly the largest stone statue ever made. It was, as you said, if people have seen the Colossi of Memnon. This thing was another third taller than most, and they're far bigger than the statues, the giant big single-piece statues at Luxor. And yeah, like you said, all that's left. There's a couple pieces he found of it. There's 1 foot, and you kind of have this big toe. And they've got this amazing picture of Muhammad Ibrahim. Your whole hand just fits inside the toenail. So in terms scale, more or less similar size to the Statue of Liberty, just the structure of the statue itself, but made from one single piece of granite, and just incredible. And that's one of the things at Tanis. You've likely had several of them, as well as like avenues of sphinxes and of columns and obelisks and all giant megalithic single pieces. It's, as you said, like this. It would have rivaled. I mean, this was a place that was like Karnak, and in scope and scale, probably even, if not even bigger. And there's just nothing much left of it anymore. In fact, I saw something so incredible at Karnak as well. I think there was similar statues.
Yo, and he's really bringing the boys together, dude. Yeah, man.
Karnak, which is made from conglomerate, which
He's the fucking man, dude.
harder than granite.
We are
and there's
blessed.
a thumb on that, and that thumb was almost the same size as his big toe, so you just sort of work on extrapolating.
Really fucking lucky. It's amazing. Twitch is really amazing, man.
You're talking about other statues of that same magnitude also at Karnak.
He fucking really inspired me to start streaming, to buy my own bench press, barbell, and rack.
Details of how it work stone, but conglomerate is in some way.
And I learned about OBS from him in streaming. When he first did the green screen of the 211, I had one follower for like a year or more when it was Ninja on Twitch. When he figured out a way to do the green screen moving 211 background many moons ago, blew my mind. I thought he was a genius. I mean, he is a genius. He actually went to school for that, like type of stuff too. Like university.
And even that's slightly smaller than these other statues.
But
when you first, I had this trip in
yeah.
December was the first time I managed to get to the Ramesseum. I'd not been there before.
Oh, really?
And just his skating too and everything. And his Mario skills. He's just a fucking man.
So we flew over it, I think the day before or that morning. And then we got to the Ramesseum, it was just perfect.
To be able to like meet and talk, and him follow, and him watch and comment, and even contribute. It's insane. Monetarily, it's wild. It's like, it's dream come true. It's wild. With you too, my man. With everybody that's here. Lurkers and everything.
It's
1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
You know what I
It's
mean.
unreal. Besides that, you were mentioning like being there at sunset, the lighting was fantastic. It was a beautiful sunny day. But I remember thinking, like, going up, and you're describing before, like, with the that massive foot, and it's like similar right there. I mean, I remember taking a photo of it. I'm like, this is Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is based on a true story. It's right here. Because like in the first one, Fellowship, and they're like going on the canoes down the river, and they're passing by those massive statues that are like this, and I'm like, that's what it reminds me of. I'm like, just standing next to the shoulder, and you see pictures of it, and you see people standing in front of it, and you're like, that's huge. But then when you see something with your own eyes and you're right there, it's even bigger. I mean, I think most people can comprehend things look bigger in person.
Like, why? Where are you even, man?
Imagine in their mind
Like, what's
what it
in
would
the
look like just based on those other photos you see with some dude standing in front of it. But when you're actually there and you take it all in, it is. I knew I was in the presence of greatness. I'm like, what happened here? I'm like, this place, the precision of that. And by the way, how far did that stone come from that particular location? I don't know if it was 100 miles or it was miles. It was something.
Yeah,
it wasn't right there.
That's right. Yeah, this Aswan, the quarry is still a significant way, even in Upper Egypt. But again, you've got examples of those sort of scale of stone as far north as Tanis. Like, and Tanis is the other direction from Cairo.
That's 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, that's in the delta.
From Aztec.
Why?
Exactly. So
And there's no Nile River there to shuttle the stuff down. It's like,
Brian, tree trunks and olive oil. Come on.
yeah.
yeah, that's it. Well, milk's the other thing. Like they put milk in front of the sleds. Yeah, it's funny. That's a good point. That's the orthodox referring to the orthodox explanation for a lot of the stuff. Well, it's Sahara. We've got a scene on the wall where they're loaded and obviously floating these things down the Nile, and that's how, because the Aswan quarry is about 1 kilometre from the Nile. It's not that close, even with the inundation.
Guys, is it truly just entirely RNG?
And that's the coverall.
What was that, like 140 pace
This is
maybe?
how they ship these huge pieces of stone. Now there's a few problems with this. It's something I'm working on in the video at the moment. But the scene on the wall in Saqqara, real famous on the causeway. I've got plenty of pictures of it. We saw it.
I guess I stood around waiting for the class to not open.
They're like the guys standing next to it. It comes up to about chest height. Like they're much smaller obelisks. They may be 70, 80 ton maximum, which is sure that's plausible. You can. I think where the difference starts to show is when you scale up to 600 plus tons, which is, you have a lot of objects in that category. So I'm sure they were shipping smaller stuff on the Nile. But the other thing is you have a lot of objects and a lot of granite that didn't come from
So much lag. There's so much lag. Like, why? What is, like, guys?
But you have like the Wadi Hammamet quarry, which is in the eastern desert. There's a number of other quarries.
Sinai.
Sinai.
Right, and it's
mountains.
It's mountains. You have mountains, valleys, desert. I know rivers, and again, you're talking about moving blocks of stone significant distances. In some cases, these are 600, even larger blocks of stone. And whether you think they worked on them on site or they were finished first, and assuming it was a rough block of stone, add another 300 or 400 tons because they had to shape it yet. It's we don't know how.
But also, they show these theoretical barges for moving like a 450-ton obelisk. What wood would they have made the barge out of? There are no native trees in Egypt that you can make lumber out of. So automatically people will say, well, the cedars of Lebanon. It's like, I don't think so. They have to, they always have to give a silly story that they think gullible people will swallow. And all it takes is, medium intelligence to ask a basic question like, what kind of wood? Oh, I don't know.
This is the thing. I'll be provocative. I'll just say it. I don't even think they're trying to make gullible people believe anything. I think that they themselves are the gullible ones because they have not tested these theories. They read it out as a textbook that somebody else made up that didn't do it. These are people that have never been to the gym a day in their life. They don't know what it takes to lift weight. And I'm not dissing them because they're not, muscly or something. I'm saying that when it comes to actually moving mass, it is different than most people think. And it's not just a matter of like, well, hold on a second. If they can do it for this size, then you just add in this many more people, and then because that's what I've heard them say. I've heard these professors say this. They're like, it's just a matter of more people. I'm like, that's at a certain level, it doesn't become feasible. Like, how large are these ropes? How long are they? And like, I don't know. I just think that a lot of these people, like, they mean well. They just don't. They haven't tested it themselves, and I think that's what this comes down to. Like, if I had won the Powerball a few weeks ago and it was a bunch of money, like, I would have thrown a bunch of money around to get a bunch of these same people to test these things. So, like, I'll give you everything you need, and I'm going to make you a small fortune in the meantime. We'll all be friends. But let's test this stuff. Let's really examine these things to see if you truly believe now, after having tried it, that these are the methods that would have been utilized. Because there's a lot of debate, obviously. We all know this. There's a ton of debate in this community of ancient history enthusiasts, and I think that we all just want to know the truth. But clearly, there's a mystery here.
There is, and I think there's a couple things going on with this. One is, in most cases, they're trying to.
I'm probably gonna raid Ninja like pretty soon if he's online. Maybe in like 5 minutes. Thanks for being here, everyone. We had a good stream. And then I'll do a weightlifting stream tonight. I'm pretty sure, quite certain. That's what I'll do. I'll raid in 5 minutes, and then I will eat dinner, and then I will start my weightlifting stream, number 158, I believe.
They then look at everything in Egypt from this lens of, well, here's the tools that we know we found, and they try and they use that to cover everything that they see, and there's a real lack in open-mindedness on this.
Why? Like, where are you even?
Any room for the idea? Yeah, exactly. There's a counting scale right there. That's the tool. The wonders of Egypt. That's how they made it, apparently, right? But there's
made 1,000-ton obelisk.
That's how you do it, Jimmy.
Oh, dumb.
Their best to make some dust. There's a good video, I like that.
Yeah, and it's just. Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say real quick, like those stones are heavier than people realize. Like that's one thing I didn't mention in that little video. When I was holding it, that thing is like 10 pounds. It's not light in your hand, and it's not even chipping it away. And some people will say, I saw some criticism or people saying, well, they would have attached them to wood, you know, make it like hammers. And I'm like, let me just say this. That's not what they're telling you in Egypt, because they made us watch that video produced by Zania Loss. So they specifically show you. People need to understand this. Like, don't believe me. I'm telling you that they made
Keeps
you
eating my inputs,
before you
man.
visit the Aswan quarry, go into a classroom and watch a video where they show them hitting it with their bare
Keeps eating my
hands.
inputs.
No wood, and I don't even think it'd make much difference if they were. But this is what they're teaching. So if you disagree with that method, then cool, we're on the same page. We all agree that there must be a little bit more to that story, because between those cuts, between those
Alright, we're reading in like 3 minutes.
the scoop box, thank you. Oh, what, 25,
Thanks
26
for being here.
centimeters precisely for each and
Kaido,
every
thanks for
single
the sub,
one of
bro.
them?
You're the fucking man, dude.
Or is it 50 something? So if they're all the same size, that in itself would say that it
Hope
wasn't
your
done just by
weightlifting
hand,
session
people
went
just
well.
banging away, it was something else. Regardless, I haven't seen these people actually demonstrate these methods with any bit of success. I don't see the ground corners. So yeah, don't get me going.
No, I know.
It's no, Jimmy's wound up now.
There's so much to say about that, all of that, and the quarry's a good example of this. You know, I can tell you, there's been some studies. So Chris Dunn's book it has a roundup of. There's been several different studies that people have tried, and you get wildly different results, both from older archaeologists and from more modern guys that have kind of pounded away and figured out what the removal rates and how long it would take and how much effort it would take. And the results vary wildly, but you've got a number of real significant practical challenges that you can see with your own eyes when you go to Aswan. One is that exactly what you said, Jimmy, is that the scoop marks, and we found this out because we had a couple of people on our tour with the latest iPhones that would LiDAR scan things. It turns out that these scoop marks are a very uniform width, almost exactly all the same width, which is indicative of a tool that isn't just, you know, all these guys sitting in a trench hammering. Like, you don't have room for starters to use wood down there because these trenches are narrow, maybe one person fits in. The other thing is that these scoop marks, not only do they extend horizontally, but they're on underneath the stone, so you're not gravity fine. You can drill a hole maybe this way, but you would also be doing this up in the air and horizontal, and that's a whole different kettle of fish with this method. It is sort of pattern and nonsense, and I think that's why they effectively try and indoctrinate everyone through this.
Okay, this is the last run.
Video, it's like, and it's the music, the wonders of Zaki.
It's like an orchestra. It's like, you know,
and this is how they
Why? Like, it's no.
It's the national
One more.
answer. Like, this is a question we asked Zaki back in 2015 on tours. Like, how did they do it? And his answer to things like how they built the pyramids, how they did these objects, is that it was a national project. Everyone wanted to do it, and this is the orthodox explanation. They just say, people would have felt privileged to go and work as a worker in the granite quarry during the wet season. I'm like, try that for an hour and get back to me. Say how you feel after an hour of pounding into granite and like not doing anything. It's, you know, it's this whole house of cards that's set up. And the point I was trying to make earlier is that I think that it's a modern phenomena with our orthodox establishment.
Okay, this is the last run. Whatever the fuck happens,
It's this
happens.
modern phenomena of not being open-minded to answers that are outside of this toolbox that we have from the ancient Egyptians. Like this idea that there may be a tool out. I think obviously there were tools out there that did this because we have the results of them. That doesn't mean we found them, and we may never find them, but we have the results of them. You cannot explain what happened. And
Can you imagine?
This is something that Petrie knew, that our older generation of explorers and archaeologists knew. You know, they were aware of it, and they were a bit more open-minded to the mystery, and they would speculate as to how potentially it could have been done. But they were definitely, I think, more aware of it and more open to the mystery. But it's modern, last 50 years almost that we've got this. We know how it was done. It was done with these tools that we've got in the archaeological record, and that's it. And it's like, come on, you can poke holes in that all over the place. Like the whole sled thing drives me crazy. There's boxes in the Serapeum that were sitting on the ground, they were trust me, if they had
Thanks for being here.
dug under the corner of one,
I appreciate it very much.
found
Thank you
the
for being here.
smallest, tiniest fragment of wood
Thank you, Kaido, for
or
the
some
sub.
sled
You're
that
the
was
man.
under that, they would have crowed from the rafters of their ivory
Thank you
towers.
for the
that
sub the other
the
day.
mystery
Thank you
solved.
so.
We
You were the
figured that
best.
they don't
Thanks
do
for
it
being here.
because there's no evidence of it. I'm sure they used wood to move it and sleds, and the dynastic Egyptians did all that. But it doesn't explain the real megalithic stuff.
It's worth mentioning, Brian, I want to hear your opinion, but I just want to throw this out there because you were mentioning, like, this is a human thing where this goes back hundreds of years, whether it's